Hello, Pat.
Hello!
Pat.
Sorry I'm late.
Wow, playing a... Oh, fuck, I forgot to put on my lab coat. I don't know if
Oh,
I'll
by the
your
way.
audio live.
I finished your art just now. Let me take a real quick picture of it. Sorry I'm late, guys. I got off work like half an hour ago.
That's fine, don't worry.
Alright, hopefully one of these looks good. Madeline, I think your character is like the most unironically cute character I've drawn in like a long time.
Wow.
Unlike the multiple ironically cute characters she's drawn.
I mean, yeah. Most of my characters just look like that. Most of my characters look like they want to eat your heart out.
To be fair, we have been doing a lot of Alien. That's kind of on brand.
I mean, this is who I am.
So you could say they were kawaii, the locals would say.
Oh my god. That's where
I think
that's who
Madeline's
you are.
character is kind of
But
kawaii.
here's where you are. Zanzibar. Bet you didn't know that the map of Zanzibar looked exactly like this, did you?
We're not fighting Gray Fox, right?
Lee has actually, true story,
hold on.
no idea what stand on Zanzibar is.
I used to have no idea, and now I have a very vague idea of what the story is about.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel an important distinction.
Mm-hmm. Highlights up, shadows down. That's the way we like to finish our drawings. Yeah. Okay, Madeline, there you go. Boom, done. I finished it. All right, time for me to do things that involve getting drunk. I mean, getting my character ready.
Thanks. Oh, wow. Yeah, she's cute.
I mean, you know, that's how she likes to present.
Sounds like it's not going to be a boring session at all, as usual. So.
Oh, I should certainly hope. My character is actually going to be quite boring. By intent.
Well, I don't know. Get a couple of shots in, we'll see.
My character does drink gin with ice.
Gin
yes.
impossible. You never drink gin.
Yes, my character is not me, Lee.
So when your character takes a drink, you're gonna take a drink, right?
I mean, I think that would make her character
An alcohol.
would be drinking in parts of the adventure where you generally wouldn't drink.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you drink in a social setting, you'll be fine.
It's funny because I have a social setting every night.
Yeah, indeed.
Hashtag diesel shot. And on the nights I don't have a social setting, aka my work, well, those are my nights off, so I drink.
Or you did, like, drugs.
Yeah, well, where's my vape pen?
Drugs. Nobody does drugs.
Now again, I must reiterate, my character is nothing like me. Tonight my character is, tonight I'm taking a hat from the old Gargoyles television show. If you watched it, you might know of a certain character by the name of Puck. And no spoilers here, by which I mean to say, if you intend on watching this, this is a huge spoiler, but Puck does a little thing called shapeshifting and takes the form of the implacable man who serves as the antagonist's bodyguard. And this character that Puck plays is, well, to put it lightly, not even remotely flamboyant at all, whereas Puck is quite the opposite. To put it as Puck did, by the way, that was a very long introduction to what I'm about to say, which is not a very funny joke, but tonight I'll be playing the straight man.
Boo.
I mean, you need one, Max. Otherwise, you're just riffing in a room alone.
I'm just gonna go with how RPGs always go with. You've always aimed for like a super serious thing, and it ends up being Always Sunny. So I expected my guy to become so.
I mean, in fairness, I usually play like Always Sunny. I mean, tonight I'm probably going to be playing Always Sunny, but like, one of the antagonists.
Aww.
I mean, the big Carass and Always Sunny are not good people either.
I mean,
That's like
yes.
the best part.
I don't think I ever play good characters, to be honest. The closest I've come is Mage, who is,
I mean,
a ditz.
well, your character in Lord of the Wasting Dead is pretty nice, too.
No, she's
Naive
actually...
anyway.
She's the most nice character I've ever played, which is why she's probably going to be no longer the character I'm playing in a few sessions. Because she's going to join the Feds, who are run by some sort of creepy clone thing.
I feel like everyone's jumping to this clone conclusion, and I feel like people haven't
this
really
clone
thought
conclusion?
about the equally realistic possibility of brainwashing.
Ah, yes. So that's where my character's going to end up.
What? Brains and hygiene? Unthinkable. Everyone knows that brains are dirty.
You can always just talk about how great the big bad evil guy's benefits are.
They got full dental.
Not
Well,
only
for
that,
Wayland,
For example, you do what they say and it won't knock your teeth out.
401k.
Let's see. Character name. Avery. Hawk. Career. Corporate. Douchebag.
Yeah. So how... site. 3 of 3. Save changes. Bam, bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Alright, so. People who are not Annalise arrive via the the Marshall shuttle. Here's a question: who on the Marshall shuttle has the best piloting role?
I don't know.
The automated landing services?
Probably me.
I'm not asking because I'm expecting you to roll, because you're not doing this under any sort of adverse condition. But you do a good job anyway.
Good.
The Marshall shuttle lands, seen one other grounded civilian shuttle here in the central landing pad. And, yeah, Annalisa Crane is here. Before comms got shut off, Jean-Pierre was able to contact her and secure her services as a government contractor to be a local guide. So, yes, all is going very much according to plan, Jean-Pierre. As you step off the back of your shuttle, tell me, who are you and what are you here to do?
Well, I'm basically a marshal. I've been sent out here to bring in this perp and get him into justice, all of this. Hailing from the United Americas, what you would call once Louisiana, so you probably realize is I'm guy's agent.
Noise.
Can you do the accent, though?
Accents are very much one of those things I'm never comfortable doing as a GM.
That's fair. Dr. Wolf, you are accompanying the lawman. Why?
Make it long. so that I can
Well,
update my character.
I was actually a colleague of our esteemed quarry, and he's not the best guy. I think it's going to be handy to have someone around who knew the way he worked and knows a bit about the sort of stuff he worked with. For example, if there was a massive outbreak of a plague on this very densely packed station, it might be handy to have someone around who's familiar with those sort of things. Also, wear a mask. Stand 6 feet apart.
My character may or may not be, depending on how I roll on money, wearing a spacesuit most of this session.
Okay. So, you did unfriend him on social media at least, right? When you realized he was evil?
Hey,
I
maybe
mean-
that's how they're tracking his whereabouts all this time.
The evil doctor
We
has
were-
checked in
we
to
were-
Einstein Bagel.
We were never friends on Wayland Yutani book.
It's just why both.
We were colleagues. We worked in the same lab. We did not exactly share a friendship. He never seemed like the most stable genius to me.
Okay, we're going up against Dr. Venture.
All right, we have a character token thingy now. I'm gonna rejoin as player.
Okay, but all right. So I'll buy you a little more time with. And who is Madame Crane awaiting in the shuttle port?
I mean, she's not a madam. I'll tell you that much. I think probably she
What's
had
that?
some sort of. Oh, you should show
It's
the
like
art.
I should.
Yeah.
My character has art also.
See, this is a brand new picture. She's like, "Hi, I'm Annalisa. I'm just a sad, scared person, and everyone should look out for me." Of course, she's probably a minor. She's from the collapsed mining colony, so she had like an administrative role there and was maybe sleeping her way to the top of like the secretary food chain. Who knows? No one here can comment on that. And in the unfortunate refugee situation that's caused a shortage of resources, she's ingratiated herself into the semi-legal underground networks of supply and demand. So she knows everyone and how to get anything that can still be gotten.
Amazing.
Indeed.
We call that a specialist.
She joins the party, and Pat, where did you make a character sheet?
I'm in SIZ.
NPCs. Oh, okay. Yeah, hold on. I'll pop you out.
Why am I? Wait. Oh.
No, you were the NPCs subfolder. Hold on.
Oh, that makes sense. That explains why I can't access my character anymore. Fuck.
And I will update that and everything. But
Oh, you also have to give me permission because I failed.
how much
to do that
HP?
because
How much
I was-
HP does she have? How much HP does she have?
Look at her strength. She's got 2.
I'm looking at the thing that isn't.
Ah,
wrong,
yes,
that's why.
yeah.
Yeah, we're all going to die. This guy will just stab us all, shoot us.
Yeah.
It'll be hilarious.
I mean, all he's got to do is put a hat on, shuffle up through the crowd, and then stab between two people and shuffle away.
I went to the Thren school of games.
But that doesn't exist. But no.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
My
Yeah.
gym is run by a friend.
And Avery Fogg. Who are you?
Avery Fogg is, well, she's just here to make sure that things go the way that the company wants. She's from the company, obviously. We make great things. Pleasure to meet all of you, by the way. She extends a gray gloved hand, which she pulls out of the pockets of her silver trench coat as she, brushes aside her mop water brown hair, revealing her teal, murky eyes as she also sets down her chrome suitcase. You can see she has a little bit of a color scheme going on. It's terrible.
Oh my god, it's so nice to meet you. I love your look. Somewhat
thank you.
convinced.
I don't get that often. Appreciate it. Not many people can realize how many shades of gray there really are. There's oyster, mother of pearl, there's a whole litany of silvers.
I've heard there's approximately 50.
Oh, far more than that. Trust me. She actually would elicit from her massive trenchcoat pockets, by the way, a color palette, very small one, digital, and she'd say, "Take a look. I'm redecorating my house. Got to make room for the new iguana."
Iguana?
Ooh.
Yes, right next to my bromeliad collection. I'm a bit of a aficionado.
The real iguana, not a synth one?
No, synth one. I have several. I'm not around often enough to water them properly.
Okay.
What about the bromeliads? Aren't they pretty delicate?
That's what the synth iguanas are for.
Interesting.
Indeed.
They take care of my house while I'm gone.
The-
Wayland Yutani is top of the line. Let's see.
So the posse is formed at the center of Zanzibar A8. Zanzibar being the grid, and A8 being the grid reference on this planet's survey. It is built in the shape of 3 concentric rings. The centermost one being the one that you've landed inside of. There are storm shutters that close above you after you come in to get out. And it is a frigid world, DX301. A cold place. Ill-suited to humanity and without breathable air. You know the administrative office is to the north, along the middle ring. And you know that the administrator is awaiting you. And based on your last communication, also the captain of the USS Alcatraz herself.
Oh my.
Indeed.
Oh,
You saw a
prestigious.
military shuttle in the air on your way down. It doesn't seem to have landed. Instead, it's circling. But yeah, this is the posse. These are the zones. You guys are free to exchange whatever information you'd like or speculate as you'd like, but you do believe that the administrator might be able to give you a good overview of the present situation in terms of what he knows.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
well, this whole thing is waiting on us to catch this perp, and last thing I want to do is listen to that fucking Alcatraz captain bitch at me about taking time.
Yes, let's not waste any time. Time is, after all, money. My character would say this as she takes out like a little canister of Lysol that she has, and after she shakes all of your hands, she would actually spray a little bit of Lysol on her gloves, wash them together, back in her pockets.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna say, yeah, that's not really gonna help against the sort of things he's got, but A for effort.
I'm sure I'll prove you wrong.
If you
Lysol
have a whole ride
cures
with
all.
him, you're gonna realize he knows a lot about germs.
So, to the administrator's office?
To the administrator's office. Yes, please show us the way.
You make your way down one of the last open corridors in Zanzibar A8. It is a cramped one, and not one inviting to sitting down. Metal rungs clink on an angle. Otherwise, there would be people and mattresses here. You would advance to a bit more of an open area, where you...
Wayland Yutani specializes in architecture that is considered by some hostile, but we prefer to refer it as beautiful.
You make your way through a series of cramped halls, sometimes the marked routes already being full of people. However, with your local guide, Annalisa, already being aware of the squats, she manages to lead you to the administrative office with minimal delay. Ducking through side rooms and places where walls have been peeled away.
So as we're walking along, I'm gonna go up to our erstwhile guide and be like, "So, tell me of the local flavor. What are food preparation standards like?"
Well, you get that we are having, supply problems and this is a refugee crisis, right? So, food is mostly the
Yes, I
flavor.
imagine with food shortage, you would want to make sure none of it is wasted through food poisoning.
You'd really think that, wouldn't you? But,
Yes, I did think that. Thank you.
But mostly it's catch as can. You get food, you cook it, you try to prevent people from stealing it. I mean, candy bars are basically worth their weight in gold at this point.
How about like canned tuna?
Canned tuna. Interesting.
Yes. There's some people that can only afford the can and not the real fish.
Oh,
Cans
I
are
don't
good
trust
now. They keep.
Indeed. The door opens and you find yourselves in an office with ramshackle beds, the occasional cushion, and people sleeping right next to their desks. There's a long line of people with some excuse to see the administrator bulked up near the espresso and vending machines. You do not see Chief Engineer Francois Labelle here, actually, but you do see Communications Director Ernest Finch, who is, you know, sort of at one of the nearby vending machines. And as you guys walk in, could anybody who'd like to could give me, actually, the best observation in the party gives me an observation roll.
I have a 1.
That's
I have an 8.
Oh, wow. Damn science.
I have it at 8 as well.
Ooh, both of you roll.
Okay. Binoculars don't count, right?
Yeah, unless you're whipping them out to examine this room.
Oh my god!
It's full of stars. You both notice that Communications Director Ernest Finch is trying poorly to conceal the fact that, you know, the empty vending machine that he is craning over is not giving him a hard time trying to put his cred stick in. He is trying to spy on the interaction between Administrator Malcolm Daub and, well, whoever's in his office right now. Which would seem, based on the see-through doors, to be a certain naval officer, based on her dress.
Huh. Aaron, funny seeing you here.
I'm real Karen Marsh, the Cap Evil.
We have fun. Interesting.
All right. I mean, so let's shoulder our way through the people.
Yeah, let's get going. Perhaps interrupt Finch for a bit. Let him know there's anything interesting in that fucking empty vending machine.
Okay, wait, is there a secretary or someone we'd like tell before just knocking on the door?
Yes. She's right here. She looks at you and says, "Oh, yes. You must be bringing... so you must be Jean-Pierre."
Yeah, I'm with the marshals.
I've been given orders to have you step in right away. She walks around, hits a button on her keyboard, and you hear a beeping sound, and the door opens. Captain Eva Morbin looks to the door and says, "Are we being disturbed?" And Malcolm Dobbs says, "Quite on the contrary. I believe the solution has just provided itself." He kind of looks towards you guys and gesticulates, inviting you in. Captain Eva Morbin steps back, obligingly, but she is flanked by two rather rough-looking military types in personnel armor. Their weapons are loaded and hang heavily about themselves.
Fingers on the trigger?
Fingers not on the trigger.
Good.
Yeah, they are just resting on their slings. And they look bored more than anything.
Okay. As I get in, I'm going to go and flash the badge. Let them know I'm Marshal Jean-Pierre, and I'm here to get the mark.
Eva gives you the slightest of assenting back nods.
Before I go in, I would like to purchase the director a beverage from the vending machine and make sure
This vending machine is empty. So is this one. So is this one. Only the pop vending machine has any pops left in it.
Then I hand
Like,
the director a tenner, and I leave, and I say, "Stay out of this."
He's like, "Oh, do you want to give me a manipulate?"
Sure.
I'm gonna give you a modifier of 2 for the bribe. He's like, "Oh, well, I was just on my way." Woo-hoo. And he heads for the door.
I like how the director is the Pillsbury Doughboy. It's very...
Yeah, so
he's probably the bad guy.
the party rolls up. Dr. Wolf, I'm assuming you joined the party inside the blue room.
Oh, yes.
Malcolm sits back down and folds his fingers and says, "Ah, yes, pleasure to meet you," after extending his hand to shake with Jean-Pierre.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, "Ah, yes, Marshal. A pleasure to have someone from the sector office here to handle the situation. Of course, Marshal Mathers has been doing a fine job of the matter, but we appreciate the expertise you and your," he looks around, "team will be bringing to the matter."
Yes.
As he says that, his eyes do linger on Avery Fogg with a knowing glance.
9 meters with a nondescript glance.
He kind of gives you a nod. But, yeah, he'll lean back and say, so, the current situation is thus. Our own Marshal Mathers has his security team checking every residential block, going hab to hab, checking people's faces, asking about old men. It has not gone swiftly. He's been at this for the better part of a week. He's probably slipping through our fingers. There's just too many people. And the good captain here is proposing that we simply check them all before getting them onto the shuttles. However, I don't want to risk a mass shuttle transit at the moment. So, I propose that we allow the Marshal and his team the run of Zanzibar. Although, he presses a button and the door closes. Let me be frank here. I have recently learned from my undersecretary helping me in my duties as acting quartermaster that the last crate of prepared rations has gone missing. We need to begin the evacuation within the next 48 hours, and also begin bringing down the emergency relief rations from the Alcatraz. But I won't allow that to happen until such time as this has been handed over. Captain Eva Morbin would look directly at you, Jean-Pierre, and say, Marshal, don't you agree that in such a humanitarian crisis, it would be appropriate for law enforcement to take charge of the situation? We can begin the evacuation the moment you give the word. Administrator Malcolm makes a face and more or less says, Captain,
Eva.
what you're proposing is akin to martial law. You expecting me to allow the military and marshals to usurp the corporate sovereignty of Wayland-Yutani on this planet? The very basis of free enterprise would be risked by this communistic suggestion.
Ooh.
What is this, the People's Republic of Zanzibar?
Maybe according to this one, motherfucker.
Eva does not rise to his provocations, but she just sort of like, looks at you, Jean, to let you know, like, I'm ready to go whenever you give the word.
Yes, one thing is we need to get this done. This person has been slipping from various other cordons from time to time, and this time we're going to get him. So I do hope that everyone's willing to assist. You said the other marshal is doing the rounds, correct, Administrator?
Administrator Malcolm Dobb nods and says, that's so. We have Marshal Mathers out on the ground doing a sweep. I believe he should be rustling the nest, and it's likely that the quarry is giving way. Although, there is another possibility. I hate to raise it, but,
Say it.
It is possible. He's going to, lean forward a little bit conspiratorially. That our quarry has already left. A number of relief ships came and went. We don't have any visual ID confirmation of him. It's possible that he's not even here.
That is one of the things that an investigation needs to be thoroughly conducted and done. So
Precisely.
Even if he's gone, we still have to do it.
Of course, I agree. I'm just reinforcing the possibility because we are, gentlemen, on a timer. People go hungry in 48 hours.
I think I speak for everybody when I say none of us want the people here to starve. That would be an absolute failure on all of our parts. So we shall strive to right the wrongs that have been permitted to enter this society. We shall find this terrorist, sniff him out. And when we do, we will nip this thing in the bud and call it a night. And everybody can go home safe to Alcatraz.
Well, I have ordered the medical center to be prepared to receive you if you're interested in visiting the facilities. We have all spare deputies on security there. We know that this terrorist has engaged in biological activities before, and there's not much material to work with outside of our medical center.
Right.
And Lisa would know that's not fully true, but officially.
I mean, I
Do
would
I know
argue that there's plenty of
freedom
materials to work with the refugees.
What was that, Madeline?
Do you know anything about the missing crate?
That's kind of new to you, however, you're pretty certain that you know that the people who are selling food have normally not come by it perfectly legitimately.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, is it smuggling or is it possibly related to what Abraham is doing?
At first blush, you'd have to say that sounds like smuggling. You know that Doug Bryce, the former quartermaster, is one of the go-to guys to buy food from.
Oh, yeah, okay. I get how he got that, probably.
Indeed. Administrator Malcolm Dodd would say, additionally, we haven't had many resources available to reinforce security around the reactor, but we have taken all due precautions. I don't mean to overly author your decisions, but either of those two locations could be a threat. But as the good doctor, he points to Dr. Wolf, points out, anybody here could potentially be a test bed for whatever is being plotted, if it is being plotted. Dr. Eva Morbin says, "All right, I'm done here. Jean-Pierre, you have a radio?"
Well, I do have one on me. What's your channel?
Raise me on 74.4. When you want me to send
Understood.
down the shuttles to begin the evacuation proceedings and deploy my complement of Marines to secure the pad, just give me the word. And with that, she's going to make a curt nod and say, "Chet, Blaze, we're leaving." Chet, Blaze, and her follow Dr. Wolf. They kind of overwhelm you and push you out of the way.
I look at Jean-Pierre.
74.4, the investigation.
Yes, Avery?
I look at Jean-Pierre and I say, "It's going to be an absolute pleasure working with you. I am certain that you and I will find ourselves on the exact same side of all of this, and neither of us want these innocent people boarding a ship with a terrorist. Am I right?"
We're going to follow everything according to the book, get this done, and ensure that we do this properly. Last thing we want is to get news of some sort of catastrophe on the hand.
By the
Five-year-old
books,
girl gets caught up and killed. Gonna look bad on all of us.
exactly what I'm thinking. My character smiles. It is not a settling sight. Very happy to hear that. I was worried for a second, considering the bravado in the room. Glad to know I'm working with
That's with the military. They always go for the more direct solution.
I prefer subtlety.
Quite. Very appropriate for our given situation. Yes. Sorry, Madeline, I spoke over you.
No, it's fine.
What did you say?
Where are we going? Where to first? Where are we going?
Yes.
Well, that is a good idea. We have some leads here. Mhm.
Where would you suggest? You seem to know the place far better than we do. In and out, and trust me,
And
I'm
for
not
reference-
going to tell anything.
Do you remain in the blue office while you have this conversation, or have you guys stepped out?
You can probably step out.
Step out into a corner.
Yes, stepping out, I would pay my respects to the administrator and say, see you on the other side.
The closest thing there is to an empty corner is this one up here. In part because like people kind of semi-regularly come through this door, unless it's sleeping time apparently, because there's several beds set up over there.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, unfortunately, privacy is a luxury here.
Well,
We
what
could go
you
back to
expect?
the blue room. I'm sure nobody in the blue room would disagree with anything we have to say.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I know a lot of stuff about the area, but I don't necessarily know catch a bioterrorist. I feel like that's the Marshals Department. So how do you catch one? Are you looking for a place where he's going to strike? Are you looking for where he'd, make his din? Whatever terrorists have. Layers? Is it layers?
Well, to be able to have a lair, you're going to need to be able to network, get people within that know him. So, you know how to get your hands dirty in the underworld?
Oh, gosh, that's really a foreign question. But, I know people.
We may need to know where there might be an underground lab or something, I would assume. I don't want to speak over the marshal, who is, of course, the expert on investigating. But this is a bio.
Can there be an underground lab here? Like,
So-
is there underground stuff?
The concentric circles are built into like chasms that were sort of built over when this area was built. So there is semi-underground areas, but as for just like outside in a cave, you would need to be wearing a compression suit to survive in long term.
Oh, I meant underground as in, like, not above board.
Yeah, more like you
Also,
can-
has anyone been conspicuously coughing a lot?
That's
Okay, so you get that we're in a refugee crisis. Like, colds and other respiratory illnesses are spreading like wildfire because people don't have enough space or hygiene.
right.
Is
That's
it
why
the
I
cold, though?
I can get you a random
No,
sample to
wrong,
examine, but I'm really not a doctor.
Yes.
My character
Oh.
extends her a little Lysol bottle, and she's like, "Do you want some of this for the air in front of you?" Maybe?
So maybe we
I'm
should go to
good.
the medical center first. So you could check out all of the people coughing and see if they're especially sick.
I may be uneducated in matters of investigation, but I do concur that the medical center may be the apt place to visit first.
Well, those two locations, the reactor and the medical center, were mentioned by the administrator. But there's also the fact well, we got some people on the ground here. We have that former quartermaster who's probably in situations like these, the regular market doesn't suffice, so people rely on the black market.
Regular market always suffices, but I see your point.
The free market.
Yeah, and I mean, I wonder how much of a grudge he's holding. I mean, he did get fired, and he does still have a Wayland-Yutani access card that works, which
Oh
he,
shit, he does? That's
using to smuggle food out. Which is,
that's not protocol.
You know what we call that?
He's for 3 months, starving to death, living in tunnels. Well, I guess hallways, basically.
Yeah, that's what we call that. Leverage.
I call it
What's the
supply and
company
demand.
policy upon termination?
The company policy on, I didn't quite catch you.
Well, let's just say this. What's the company policy on your access cards when you get terminated from your position?
Ah, yes, you're not supposed to keep them. That should be obvious. Let's go speak to this man. He might have some invaluable information to illuminate this dark concern of ours.
Indeed. Madeline, you know that his usual haunt is somewhere in the ice processor construction site. There's lots of like rooms that are more or less scaffolding or storage with crates. Lots of parts that nobody is carrying or thinking about right now because construction is halted on the ice processor. a sore point for Wayland Yutani.
Mm.
So, there's just lots of storage and boxes no one's really bothered looking in right now.
Okay, yeah. Alright, so yeah, he's probably in the ice processor construction where, we're not actually doing any construction due to the crisis in Zanzibar start, so it's just a bunch of shit in a little used area.
I personally believe this is a problem with the management not properly motivating the group.
Indeed.
I'll just put that on the report. Let's get going.
All right, so to make it
Oh yes, I'm not here to indict anybody.
to make it 12 zones, it is going to take you. It's like 5 minutes a zone, so it's going to take an hour to get there. You head through some tighter corridors at one point. Which is to say,
Wouldn't it be faster to come down and then around?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, we can go back to the map. Also, let me check and see if anybody's in the chat. Hey, Malcolm. Hey, Matt. Indeed. So you're proposing that the group go. Actually, Madeline, you might be making a very cogent point there.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, but that just looks slightly shorter to me.
It shakes out to like 14 rather than 10 squares. But yay, we're in a corridor. So you guys, there's lots of people around. You see a room that looks like it has, seen better days. You see what are probably storage closets that are just crammed full of people. Some of the cabinets knocked over. There's lots of groups huddled around. Trash bags heaped up full of people's things. Stuff is ruined. Some air processors look like they've been dinged or even knocked off the walls, or they're absent. And people are just sort of, covering every single point. As you walk along, you see a blue chair at an abandoned desk with a stamped out cigarette on it. A woman that Annalisa recognizes as Lindsay, a fellow office worker from back on the mining hab, sort of nods to her. You know that her graft has been hawking loose cigarettes. There is a certain acrid scent to it.
Ugh, why are there so many people around me? I don't like this.
This is
The refugee crisis, the whole thing, like the mining company that I worked at collapsed, so we were all suddenly moved here, and it's been 3 months of over double the amount of population this place can really support, just hanging out, living in hallways.
Mm-hmm.
That's not my fault.
I didn't say it was your fault. I'm a little surprised you didn't know about it, since you're the one here to
I know
represent the
about
company.
I know about the overpopulation crisis. I just don't like being around this many people. It makes me antsy. I'm sorry.
indeed.
Okay, then. I'm going to look around for a bit. Can I do an observation?
Sure, you want to just sort of like look around the area, see what's up, surveil the situation.
Yeah,
say-
Is this
basically just
important?
gauge the area and all that.
It is an observation -2, but I'll let this spread across like you looking around the whole journey.
Can I also make an observation?
Yeah, anyone who wants to can make an observation -2. Bear in mind, I mean, you guys know the physical description, and he's got to be here somewhere. So in theory, you could walk right past him.
Oh wow. Avery Fogg's an observant lady. What the fuck?
She sees a person not practicing social distancing.
She does not
Jean-Pierre, you get the feeling that there's been like some sort of like chain smoker or serial smoker around here recently. The area of the blue chair and this chamber. There's a lot of people sleeping there now, but none of them seem to be smokers. None of them seem to have cigs, and none of them are buying from Lindsay. Some other people come up to buy from Lindsay, trading what they have for a smoke, but not the people in here.
Oh, right, this guy's a chain smoker. That's in his bio, right?
Smoke him if you got him.
Indeed. Danny, sorry, Avery Fogg. You notice that one of these papers, sort of like concealed under the others, looks slightly damp.
I investigate further. Why is it damp? Is there a leak in the ceiling? Well, what is
There's
it
not a
damp
leak.
from?
There's not a leak in the ceiling. It just looks like it's like some like printout paper. It's a memo on proper quarantine, proper medical
Touch
procedures.
it with my fingers. I have tweezers that I use to touch it.
All right, so yeah, you guys.
You're wearing gloves. Do you have tweezers like with your gloves?
Yes. In addition to my gloves, they're nice cloth gloves. I don't want to fuck them up.
Wait. They're cloth gloves and you've been rubbing Lysol on them?
Shush.
Dr.
No,
Wolf is
I will not.
displeased. Dr. Wolf, you see Avery Fogg pull up a moistened piece of paper. You noticed that the discoloration in it, or rather the coloration, almost suggests bacteria.
I'm so glad I'm wearing a face mask.
Yeah. Does anybody take a closer look?
I hold it away from myself.
Doctor, if you would please.
Yeah, Doctor, if you
Yeah,
observe this, you'll get a modifier of 2 to come up and make a discernment.
All right. Don't mind if I doodle. Oh, wait, no, wrong button. Shit.
My character is like the goons that fucking came into in episode 3 or whatever of The Expanse when I guess this is the finale of the first series season. So never mind, I'm not gonna spoil that. I mean,
Dr.
It's
Wolf,
about to be like, it's like the thing, but
Dr. Wolf, you come
No.
up and examine it safely. You see what looks to be like there's something very curious here.
yeah, I know, right? Please no.
Very curious.
The ink
Uh-huh.
hasn't like faded or been smudged so much it's been eaten away at in the wet area. You think you carefully like take it as a sample, but you think that there's something on this paper, or that was on this paper, that eats ink.
What the fuck?
Dried ink.
Interesting.
My God. Yeah,
So there are no discernible letters at all for the bacteria or whatever.
Oh no, there are discernible letters, but on close inspection, there's been like fading away, almost like a printer would have been like not quite doing it right, but like the same line on the other part of the paper is fine. Like it was originally printed with it there, but it's been faded in some spots, particularly at the core of it. And yeah, you require proper scientific facilities, Dr. Wolf, to examine this closer. Do you have any items on you that you think might help?
Nothing that I think would help immediately with this, but I do have like specimen bags, so I'd probably put it in one of those.
Yeah, you bag it.
bag it,
When
like,
Lindsay
well, they have a
sees
medical
you,
facility.
yeah, oh, by the way, Annalisa, did you want to say anything to Lindsay?
Hey, Lindsay, have you seen Doug around recently?
Annalisa's like, oh, Doug. Yeah, he's at his usual spot. She seems a little bit less direct than she would be normally. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but Jean-Pierre, you're like walking around martial outfit, badge out, right? Or are you going incognito?
They only know I'm a marshal due to the fact is when I throw the badge out.
Oh, okay. So then
There's that sort of thing, like if you know what a cop looks like, there's always that body language.
Yeah, but there's so many people here that she's like, you would have to be pretty exceptional for her to like single you out and be like, how's he walking? So no, she's not on edge at all. And she says, huh, yeah, he's at his usual spot, by the ice processors. Between you and me, he's got some more chips in.
Oh.
Yeah, the kinds with the ruffles, the ridges. Yeah,
Good to know.
and basic
Thanks.
meals. Yeah, I mean prices are way up though, but what can you do?
Yep.
Her compatriots nod. You know, these are the people who Lindsay keeps around in case anyone tries to steal her cigarettes, so that the three of them can beat the shit out of them. They're not particularly strong, but you know, there's safety in numbers here, and there's also just being forced to exist in numbers. You hear very biological sounds coming from somewhere nearby. Liquid splattering on something, people yawning, sniffling, racking coughs. It's a great place. But yeah, you feel as if though you've tapped out more or less everything you'll gain, other than this particular man peeks out the door as he sees you picking up the paper and says, "Oh, are you interested in what the man who used to sit there was doing?"
That depends entirely on whether or not what he was doing is at all interesting.
Well, when he wasn't smoking, he was scribbling. And when he wasn't smoking or scribbling, he was doing a little something on this calculator he kept on him. I think it was a PDAT, but it looked different. Anyway, he was always spilling his drink, and he liked to put stuff in it. I think it was drugs, to be honest. You know, a little crossfade. But you know, I might have seen which way it was headed.
Interesting. Well, why don't you come over here for a moment?
Someone walks
My
out.
character-
Someone walks up
my
behind him, and he's like,
character-
"Hey, are you ratting out Mr. Blue Chair? Come on, man."
Not at all. Not at all. I want to share a cigarette with this man.
Oh yes, that's what she said. Nobody inside this room seems to believe him. They look at him crossly, but he steps outside.
Can I toss them all a pack of cigarettes on me?
None of them
Make
are.
them shut up.
None of
They're
them.
not smokers, remember?
Yeah, none of them are interested.
They're
That
not
being said,
interested in
that being said,
cigarettes with they can
No,
sell
yeah,
for
here's
things.
the thing. Like, if you throw a pack of cigarettes in the room, this guy will catch it. But he obviously just looks like he's going to trade it later. Like he's not going for a hit.
I don't give a shit. These people are the poors.
Yeah. So I
care
mean,
what they
you've
think.
satisfied this guy who's like gonna sell this to Lindsay later. Everybody else is not really looking friendlily, but they don't follow you outside. He comes out in this corner. He's like, "Oh well."
I beckon him over to this corner and I say, personally, I don't smoke, but if you do, take a
He's
cigarette.
like, "Oh no, none of us are smokers." You know, Lindsay, she posted up near us in part because we weren't really partial to her product.
I don't care. So, tell me a little bit about what's going on here. And my character says, I've got more of these. She says, pulling out a couple more cigarette boxes.
He's
I
like,
like how you're like, I don't know, a space station is, well, like, or an uninhabited station is like a prison, right? Just bring lots of cigarettes as currency for the locals.
She also has cash, but I feel like
He's
this
like-
is more permanent.
He's like, well, I confess that if my wallet was heavier, my memory would function a little better. I know it's a strange property of my physiology.
No need to mince words. Here's a tenner. Tell me.
He looks at it and he's like, I might need a little bit more than that.
I see. Let me see what I've got
Yeah,
in
how
my
heavy is
other...
a $10 bill? Like an ounce?
Let me see what I've got in my other trench coat pocket, my character says, grabbing into her, like one or two of her breast pockets. Oh, hey! Would you look at that? Is that a 50? Goodness, couldn't be. Must be a 20.
All right.
But is it a 50?
You'll make a straight manipulation if you're offering him $50.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I've got that one that lets me do wits.
He's like, oh, I am sort of peeving the people who I
I'm
sleep
gonna-
around, and that's not a really safe thing to do.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, so
Touch that.
all right, so you want up getting 2 hits and stressing. He is going to he's like, oh well, okay. There was this old guy. He looked like he would sort of been made older by work, like maybe maybe early 50s, but he looked like he could have been 70. But he had these lines in his face, and he was always smoking. And
Tell me everything.
he sat next to us for, just sort of community. You know that Adalisa is sort of, community is sort of like a slang word at this point for like mutual protection of belongings and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, so they more or less become like territorial groups, and he joined their territorial group unannounced, and he showed up, and he liked to pay Lindsay for cigarettes, and he said that he was a humanitarian doctor, and he checked them all out with a little device that he had, and he one of them had like migraines, and he gave them a like painkiller. Other than that,
Do any of y'all have a picture of the guy we're tracking? You
How
can show
do
to
we
the
have-
fan.
Can they describe the device in greater detail?
So he's like, no, we don't. I don't think anybody has a picture. A woman.
No, wait, no. I was asking
She
the
was asking
party
us.
because we
Yeah,
have a
no.
picture to show to him.
Oh,
and
We
yes,
probably
yes.
do,
Yeah,
but
you got-
I'm murdered tonight.
Yeah, you got a picture. You got a
Give us
picture
away.
of the
We'll
guy.
give us away.
Poker face right now, but like out of character, you could say is we looked at it on the shuttle.
Yeah, I mean, you guys do. You guys have a picture. If you want to show it to him.
Mm-mm.
I'd be like,
Poker face.
keep talking. There may be more in my pocket than just 50.
He's like, yeah. So okay. So and Dr. Wolf, you asked more specifics about the device.
Yes.
All right. So the snitch would reveal to you that it had three, like colored plastic tips on it. One was green, one was red, one was blue. They sort of ran along the base of it, and there was like an entry port type thing at the bottom that he describes kind of like a battery receiver, but is for inserting samples. It sounds, based on what he tells you, like he has a Siegson bioreader, an SBR as they're known. They are small, handheld, PDAT-sized sequencers, and
Sequencers.
they can read but not set the sequence of. They can dissolve and break down. They flash freeze and then read in a destructive process the RNA or and DNA present in like microscopic organisms.
All right.
It can be used to do things like find out about bloodborne diseases, other stuff like that. But it's also used just to check microscopic organisms to see if there's, a bacteria or a mold growing or whatever else. And the way he described it was that he had like a bottle of liquor with him at all times, but he also had a flask, which he didn't think had liquor in it because it didn't smell like liquor. Although it did smell kind of like detergent. And he said that he would mix them under the table sometimes, and that he would sometimes spill a little into his computer thingy, and that's when he would go and, play with his calculator, as he calls it.
Interesting.
Yeah, and he left the community. He left us all with a pack of cigarettes and said that he, saw that we were hurting and knew that food wasn't so good around here, so he was going to take a walk around the station to find a better supply and didn't want to burden us. Everyone thought it was awfully noble of him at the time, but he was probably just trying to get while the getting's good. Because sounds like you're after him, right?
Not quite. Let's just say that some individuals and/or organizations that I work for want to have a friendly conversation with him.
Okay, so let's say I met him again. Would you want me to tell him to call someone? Not that we can call anyone right now.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, instead of that, how about if you meet him, give me a call, and I'll find him.
And he's like, oh, well, how am I going to call you, though? My, nobody's phones work anymore. And we don't have a phone here anyway.
Hold on just a second. My character props up her silver, or her chrome rather, suitcase on the table, and pushing aside things and actually lysoling down the area she puts it down on. And she says, just one moment. She pops it open and she says, there it is. Wasn't sure I'd brought it, but happy that I have. Here's a little radio. It's tuned to my suit's frequencies.
Oh. Well then, yeah, I'll give you a call if I see him.
Much appreciated. We just want to converse. You Doctors Without Borders tend to, flock together, as it were.
No, of course. So yeah, he's not entirely convinced by your story. People are like yelling at him as he collects his things, and he's like, "Oh, well, I guess I'll be going now." And he like drags his mattress out of the room and disappears.
One more thing before you go.
Yes.
If you do call me, and you have indeed found my good friendly fellow Doctor Without Borders, there's plenty more where that 50 came from.
Everybody in this room that you're talking across like looks at you like, "Oh, 50-50? What? How much?
50
what are you gonna pay?"
Cigarettes.
And he's like hightailing out of there. But everyone's like, hey, I know where that guy went. Yeah. He said he was going to the ice processor. No, he said he was going to the bar.
I would say,
No.
seeing the interest, I would stand in here and say, anybody who can get me information regarding where the chronic cigarette smoking, rather aged-looking gentleman who performed doctoral duties upon you, anybody who gets me information regarding where he is, spread the word, by the way. There's more where that came from.
Annalisa, you already know the sounds of people lying in the vain hopes of getting something. These people probably don't know shit. You suspect that they were all told the same thing, that he was going to want to find for a place to find food.
Yeah.
But they do put out the word, and they're like, "Trenchcoat lady, what's your name?"
Just call me Miss Fogg.
Okay, Miss Fogg. And then everyone starts like people around the corner have heard this. People across the way have heard this. People are all making very like.
I can't certain that word's going to get back to him.
Not if we move fast enough. Let's go.
1 hour later. But yeah,
not if you move fast enough. Spend the next hour trudging through crowded hallways.
Yeah. So when you get to the area near the North Security Station, you descend into the ring tunnels. And they have a map and stuff on them, but we're going to take you a little bit faster than that. Don't worry, it won't be your last time traveling via them. It's your only way to get to many of the Outer Rings segments. Of course, eventually, they're all going to be built on and over, but eventually hasn't come yet. In part because projects like the ice processor haven't finished up yet. You guys are in the general area. Annalisa, you don't see him at his usual spot, but you do find one of his representatives, who you can contact if you're trying to buy stuff from him. He just looks like any other maintenance worker. He's got his little welding mask on. He's hanging around. A lot of the maintenance guys prefer Doug to the administrator.
Okay, so I guess I'll probably distance myself from the party slightly and be like, "Hey, do you know where I can find Doug today?"
Oh, hey, Annalisa. Yeah. They jerk a thumb and say, "Back 2 blocks," indicating somewhere in the zone to the north.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, you looking to buy anything? I can put in your order.
Maybe. We've got a guy who's looking for that, fairly large order. He wants to talk to Doug himself.
Oh, wow.
Hey, why not oblige?
Who is he? Is he someone from a ship?
Yeah, he came down with he was attached to the naval ship.
Oh, one of those soldier boys.
Oh yes, the naval ship.
Wow, the Alcatraz. Wow, that's crazy. Have you heard anything about the guy who came down with the other shuttle though? I heard a rumor that he's like some sort of real slick type, and everyone's trying to find a way off with him.
Oh, yeah. I haven't heard anything concrete. You're right, there are crazy rumors going around about that guy.
Yeah, I mean, ever since this whole terrorism situation, no one's supposed to leave with those shuttles. They check that only the same people go on and off. But I mean, there's always a way, right? Anyway, I'm holding you up. So tell Doug I sent you.
Thanks. Okay, so I guess before we go, do you guys know what you're going to say to Doug?
I hear it's probably just going to offer him money.
Well, the big thing is I was like, oh, this is a refugee crisis. I'll buy some candy bars. Food can go farther. It's like being in the desert and you have like a bag of gold versus a bag of water.
Oh, true.
I mean, I'd rather have my water in some sort of better container than a bag.
Yeah, but if you're in the desert, you might get less particular.
Yeah.
All right, one moment. Actually, that's a great idea.
Mark
yes.
my words, that if
Discuss
I
what
was
you
in
tell
the
him.
desert with a bag of water,
Discuss what
I
you
would
tell him.
die of thirst. Out of principle.
Wow. That's hardcore, man.
Okay, but I mean, do you guys have a
I
way
do an
to
observation check as we're moving.
talk about whether or not he's affiliated with the terrorist guy? Like, is, after this, he's probably going to, be burned effectively as a contact. I don't think he's going to accept bribery if, the information is sensitive enough that he might be liable for it.
Everyone has a
Liable. Yes, well, see, liability is a funny thing. It depends entirely on whether the status quo is upheld or whether people are willing to see the grays of the matter.
I mean,
My character
I think
says,
that would
almost smirking, and gestures to her silver cloak.
do a lot for his job back, legitimate or less than legitimate offer.
That's where we get our leverage. He's been using Wayland-Yutani resources, even though he's gotten terminated. We can look the other way. And maybe if he's very cooperative, we can offer him a way to get his job back elsewhere.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Promising things we can't.
It's not a promise, but the idea of that. I don't think it's a promise.
All right, I'm willing to entertain such a concept.
I'm just saying, I don't think Doug's going to be swayed by, the chump change you gave the last guy. Just fair warning. But, you guys are the bosses.
I'm not the boss here. I'm merely an observer.
All right.
I say real active observation style.
Okay, let's go talk to him.
It pays to have one's eyes open when observing.
Yes.
Yeah, but you're paying others to have their eyes open.
So you roll up. There's lots of people sleeping here because, there's just like lack of space. You see a gutted droid and another rolling around going, boop, ramming its head into things. It looks like it's had parts removed. Someone's like, "Can you shut that thing up?" You see some maintenance dudes hanging out near a man that you recognize as Doug Bryce. He's next to what is supposed to be one of the waste disposal containers, although it could contain anything. He recognizes Annalisa and says, "Hey."
Hi, Doug. Got a couple of people who want to talk to you.
Oh, yeah? He rakes his eyes across the group, taking in his marks and saying, "Well, I'd love to have a chat." He sits on the crate, slaps it, and says, "Step into my office." His maintenance friends fan out a little. The people in the room all sort of, they don't directly look, but you can tell that they're very aware of this interaction occurring.
I mean, I feel like at least for Fogg and Dr. Wolf, referring to Pat's comment in chat, you guys look a lot cleaner than everyone else does here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Dr. Wolf's in like
Yeah,
a trench coat, like with a mask, like not trench coat. He's in a lab coat with a mask. Like people are like,
I'm in
huh?
a trench coat, also with a face mask. But it's not like a good face mask. It's like, an N95.
Yeah. So Doug is gonna look at everyone and be like, "So, what did you want to talk about?"
We're here looking for information and wondering if any sort of information came by your way.
I get information now and again. Of course, Annalisa here is the real deal in terms of information. And we all know that a certain someone who holds down the bar is the end-all be-all. But I might know a few things. I might even be able to get you in the door at the bar. Tell me, what are you looking for?
Something
then,
intoxicating.
Pardon me? Well then, let's just say we're looking for a certain someone. Any sort of information or someone that knows that might be good, especially if it's discreet.
You're looking for somebody. He looks around and says, I'm gonna be curious about the location of a certain someone myself. Maybe we could do a little deal.
Perhaps. What's the price?
Doug leans forward and says, well, you want to know where this person is, right?
Yes, so, I mean, I wouldn't be asking, right?
Here's the thing. I might not know where they are, but I do know how you can find out. So we're gonna have to do this a little, you got the money, you got the drugs style, you see? Not my usual trade, so forgive me if I make any procedural mistakes here. I mostly deal in hard goods after I've been given the hard cash. I'm looking for the captain of the Orpheus. It's the name of the ship. Last relief ship in. The shuttle. Been here a few days now. Almost like it's on lockdown, but I have people ask around the office, it's not on lockdown. It can go. But it ain't gone yet. And I don't know why. I'd really like to know why, but more than that, I'd like to know where the captain is. Because if he came down with that shuttle and it ain't been back up, he ain't been off this nice little piece of dirt we have here. I'd love to have a chat with him. So,
I see.
You pay me, and I'll tell you how to find whoever you're looking for. Or, you tell me what the captain is, I verify that's where the captain is, and then I tell you. Take your pick.
I look around the group as if to say, anybody actually know where the captain is?
Annalisa is the only person who would have heard a rumor to that effect. Annalisa, what you would have heard is more or less that the captain of the Orpheus was last seen sort of hanging around this Northern Security office, having a conversation with Marshall Mathers.
Freaking Marshall Mathers.
I might be able to find out where the captain is.
Perhaps. And I mean, it's no secret that Janice knows where a lot of people are and what's going on with them.
Wait, what is he asking in terms of payment? Because he said either or, right?
Yeah, he's like, he either needs he needs the confirmed location of the captain, or dollar bills.
Yeah, but like how many dollar bills?
It's gonna start. It's gonna start at 10 grand. Depending on who it
Okay.
is. Depending on who it is. But like you
It's
can
a
get
bit above
you
my
can tell you where someone is
expenditure.
like a lot cheaper, but you haven't told him who you're looking for, so he's just basically fronting a bullshit price.
That's also a good question.
Yeah,
Like, I mean,
well,
how do we know
that's
that this guy
true.
can find who we're looking for if we don't tell him?
Well, the big thing is how do I even know that you even know who I'm looking for?
Well, that's a rather
And
circular
you know
question,
that I
isn't it?
know that I know that you know.
You're being awfully cagey about who you're after, friend. Mind telling me why you're after him?
There's just a very much a certain chain smoker of a age of 47, couple of gray lines, all of that.
Pale with green eyes? That
That
fits the
character
description.
confirms the
Yeah. Doug nods and says, "Oh, I know who you're after. Yeah, everyone wants him.
mhm.
But I take it you're taking this into your own hands. Why not ask the marshal about it? He's the law."
Yes, and I'm sure we're in a situation where the law is very much on demand
Come on,
here.
you know the marshal doesn't know where he is. He's
Ah.
doing door-to-door searches like an idiot.
Yeah, Annalisa's right. He's never gonna catch him that way. Nah, what he needs to do is lay a nice, juicy trap. I wonder what he's after. Anyway, yeah, I'm not looking to wind up with green gills or whatever the fuck. So, tell you what. I'll knock down the price. For you guys, Amia, and this is charity here, $500.
Wait, really?
Of course, I wouldn't want a dangerous terrorist on the loose.
Does anybody care to get Josh with me? I'll buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Majority of it. Annalise, you can trust this man?
I mean, it's trustworthy as anyone is these days, no offense, but yeah, if he says he knows something, you know something.
Ah, none taken,
I'll
but
put 300 into the pot. Anybody care to take the rest?
Well, it depends on the information if it's $500 worthy or $400. Throw $400 in. Seems to be along the lines of a negotiation here.
Yes, we really should ascertain whether or not you're legitimate.
hey now, I'm offering you the keys to the kingdom. For your noble quest,
Here's a question.
I'll let you know something that not too many other people do. He hops off of his crate and walks a little bit closer, sidles up to Jean, turns his face from most of the room, leans in and says, "A lot more surveillance goes on in this station than anybody would like to let an outsider know. If you give me a mere $500, I can show you right where the jackpot is. You'll have eyes on everything. And I know where he's been seen within the last 24 hours. I'll tell you that too."
Uh-huh. Can I do an observation check to see if he's also not trying to upsell here? This is one of those things.
Yeah, he will contest it with a manipulation.
Yeah, it's a poker game. And a push.
Oof.
Alright, you get a hit, but you
You
panic.
flip out. World's on fire.
His defense evens your attack 1-to-1. You're not quite sure whether or not this man is telling the truth. It's 50-50 in your professional estimation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's probably what he's telling you probably has some truth to it, but how good, how truly good and actionable that information is another question.
Here's a question. Did LaSalle Bionational furnish me with a bribery per diem?
Why would they give it to you and not the company agent? Oh, well, I guess you're Bionational versus Wayland Yutani.
I'm not affiliated with that.
Could I submit my bribery receipts at the end of this trip to
You could
get reimbursement?
You could expense it if you have the money on you. You could expense it.
Okay, fuck it, yeah. I'll kick in the last 100.
200.
200.
Wait,
So we need 100. We need 100 more.
I mean, I have money, but you guys are paying me. I so see no reason why I would spend my money on that, like, unless you're offering me something better than money for this job.
Yeah, we're taking you off the planet.
Money will, of course, reimburse you for your loss.
All right, so Jean-Pierre, you're offering to take Annalisa off planet.
I mean, that was the idea here. Is like, why would she start, working with us when it's like, oh yeah, can I get out of here ahead of time? I don't want to be in that prison ship.
I mean, Jean-Pierre, that's within his jurisdiction and purview to offer. So, yeah, no, I guess it's been discussed already. Like, yeah, it's better than money. He's your ticket out of here.
Okay, yeah, now I'm fully on board. All right, I'll put up the last 100.
He counts the bills, and you make digital transfer more likely. He counts some physical bills, comes back to his crate, and says he hands it to one of his friends who step back and like do something in a corner. And he's like, "All right." He pulls out a disc. It's like a floppy disk, and he proffers it to Jean-Pierre, and he says, "Slot this into any terminal on the network, and you'll suddenly see a little something extra." Wink. And he's like, "Oh, and one last thing. The last place that Mr. Chainsmoker was seen was just a couple 100 meters from the ladder up into the bar storage room."
Now, hold on. I paid a majority of these funds. Why don't you hand it to Jean-Pierre?
Oh, well, I mean, you guys are doing some sort of weird group negotiation thing. I don't know if you... I understand nobody's PDAS can access Venmo right now.
Universal here.
Yeah, here you go. And
this is, as the enemy would say, the people's floppy disk.
It looks kind of like a Jean-Pierre, like, is this going to be a problem? And as he offers it to Avery Fogg...
Well, he already handed it to me, and I'm like, let's just get moving.
Oh, okay.
So we're heading to the bar.
All right.
Well, are we going to plug it into a terminal first?
There's probably a terminal on the way.
There's probably not a terminal in this room. Yeah, no, my character is probably, like, on your coattails now, like, just, like, following you step for step. Like, that's really not yours to handle.
So yeah,
Are you gonna really make this a thing right now?
Doesn't have to be a thing. I just don't want it to become one.
It doesn't need to be a thing if you don't want it to be a thing.
Alright, so you know that Janice's bar is just north of East Dining. Which means it is...
Well, I thought this said
Wait, is that how you pronounce Janice? And by you, I mean you in particular, not like everyone, because that's not how it's normally pronounced.
Yeah, Lee. Yeah. Coming at your life, fish. Yanis.
Yeah, so, you know that there'll be terminals near the observation tower that would be on the network. They'll be in the operations garage on your way. There were lots in the admin office and near it. There might be one set up somewhere in the ice processor construction. It's not impossible. You need to look. And odds are, if it's just somewhere here, then there's going to be people on and at it.
I mean, if we know there's one on the way, then yeah, we should probably just go to the one before the bar. Since if we do see anything actionable, then we'll hopefully be closer to where he is.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Better to actually maximize our time. So,
Sure.
get
So,
going. Observation check.
Yeah, do we need to make a new one, or is the
No,
old
I
one?
thought they said that the first one you made would just apply.
yeah,
What you
the first one covers more or less like the yeah. Unless there's something particular looking at, you'll be picking stuff up.
Okay, so we'll be able.
Yeah, and so to clarify, what terminal are you guys trying to hit, and are you trying to go clockwise?
So we're trying to go to Janice's bar through the operations garage and find a terminal there.
Okay. You guys make your way around. Near the North Security Station, you note that there's only one deputy on duty. It seems pretty understaffed, and for the place where they keep, like, you know, guns, criminals, and stuff like that, kinda strange, but maybe they have most of that at the South Security Station. Annalisa, you would know that they do have most of that at the South Security Station. The S3, if you will. Yeah, so you guys proceed through the tunnels, and you're about to reach the computers near the operations garage when I show you what those tunnels look like. You hear obscenely biological noises and fainting as you hear a man ask, "Did I do that?" People look cross, cramped, and upset. The communities down in the tunnels have a bit harder of a go than the topside communities. But it is what it is. You see a hole in the floor that's been broadly patched over with a grater. This area is too tightly packed to get through. You guys come round and see a ladder up as the two individuals part of the cortis pants on and give you sort of a "what are you looking at" look. You advance further, and there's a lot of
I point my
people.
Lysol at them. Like,
Yeah, there's a weird barrel with purple stains around it. There's trash on the ground. It's really hard to get through without having to, like, brush shoulders with these people, but you kind of manage that. Overall, you see that some people have like food packets, like little MREs. And Annalisa, you know that those are like the standard food rations that they give out. But like food time hasn't come around yet, so unless these are hoarded ones, they're black market.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do a manipulation to check to ask around who, where they got them?
I'd best stay away.
Doug or Janice, like they run the black market.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could ask John, but Annalisa will also offer you that information.
Okay, then. Interesting.
All
Yeah,
right.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that, box next to Doug was the, ration case that just got stolen. Most of its proceeds. So he resells it.
Sounds about right to me. All's fair in love and war.
Alright, so, yeah, you guys make it to a room that has, terminals. You enter the operations garage. There are lots of people, like, living and working around here. It's not dissimilar to the admin office setup. Do you want to just basically tell them, like, this is operations control. There are still wildcatters and prospectors out there. These people are... Yeah, so, it's not safe because, like, they only have radio, but the handful of people who can still, like, drive out there and make any money when they do so are continuing to do so. Additionally, there is a slight bump in prospecting minerals here because your like the mining hab used to overshine them because you can just mine it in an asteroid, but you can't do that anymore because the asteroid base has gone the way of the dodo. So
Okay, is there any console that looks like less important than the others in terms of like it's not being used to monitor someone out in the field right now?
Yeah, and I mean the screens can't actually monitor anyone out in the field. The best they can do is get on the radio with them, and more or less like clear people or not.
Is there anyone that like is shadowy enough that other people wouldn't be able to see what's on the screen?
Yeah, so like there are some out of the way, but the room full of legend. Like there are no like unclaimed terminals. Like
Yeah. Well, so I'm just gonna go up to a likely person and be like, "Hey, I'm really jonesy for some screen time. I'll give you a candy bar for 10 minutes."
He's like, "A candy bar? What kind?"
What kind do you want?
He's like, "I need to feel the crunch one more time before I die."
Nestle's Crunch. Yo, that's exactly what I was going to say. Believe it or fucking not.
Bunch of crunch.
Yeah, so you
Why the fuck?
yeah, so
Why?
you offer him a crunch?
Literally what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got nondescript candy bars. One of them can be one that's a crunch bar.
Yeah, I mean, if Annalisa covers it, she covers it, and he's like, "All right, 10 minutes. I'm timing you, but you can have another 5 for more."
I like this. Please tell me there's a Wayland Yum Tawny candy bar.
Oh, of course.
Oh, definitely.
It doesn't taste good though. Okay.
We
Plug
make
in
the
your
best
disc.
candy
I'm
bars.
a-
The best.
You plug in the
Candy.
disc,
Of course
and
you have to say that. You're the corporate stooge.
you get a new option. It says it is peep.io.
You can always trust the IO.
It's just
No,
so it
no,
seems
I
to be
only-
a generic command, although it seems to have hundreds of possible values. Like it pops up in a little flashing box, 0 through 100 and something.
Put in 69.
This is in Windows. But
No, I'm like,
Can my character like take a seat beside you and be
Yeah,
like,
you can look in. You're the observer.
there's not really
hold on a second.
there's not excess seats around here. If there's a chair, someone's claimed it.
Yeah, more
I
important.
don't. I push.
Okay.
It'd be a lot simpler because I know the DOS command to get it back going. So
Yeah, you bring it in and you do the comtech.
Let me take care of this, my character says as she puts on
All right,
sunglasses.
you navigate all of it. Dink, dink, dink. And what pops up is a series of cameras in people's living habs, in the bathrooms, in
This
the
is not-
showers. Several of them are marked to be at an integer value. You're not quite sure what it is, but the variable is named hot. As you scroll through them, you do see 2 people making out at the moment. They're doing so in front of like 7 other people who just sort of look miserable, and they don't seem like their heart's really in it. This used to be like one like a 2-bedroom room, but it's now overflowing. Yeah. With that
I'm
many
more
stunts,
surprised at the fact these cameras were in before the incident.
yeah. So you know that these cameras, you know that Wayland Yutani has been having cameras for like various things on this colony going missing for a long time. You check some of the login IDs and like route it back. It looks like overwhelmingly this is accessed from the personal terminal of the communications director.
I see.
Yep.
Great, he's a poonhound.
The network came online. Like this command.
He makes uncomfortable comments to pretty people.
Yeah. you note that while some of the cameras seem to be like new, not all of them were installed after he arrived. In particular, several of the ones that are off-network but monitoring important places, like the reactor. And, curiously, the bar. You take a look.
What's going on in the bar? Yes.
My, what do you see with your little eye? It's a really weird thing to say, but whatever.
Two quite fine eyes. They're murky and indeterminable.
Alright, yeah, so you guys from your camera see some people.
Oh my god, it's the captain of all games in all universes.
Yeah, that, Annalise, you recognize him as Captain Erden Rasco, captain of the Orpheus. And that is a man who's supposed to be doing the rounds right now, Marshal Matthias Mathers. He's having shots at the bar with Janice. There are two or three visible, I think two visible anxious-looking spacers. They look like they're part of perhaps a spaceship's crew and are eager to be not here anymore.
Yeah,
Interesting.
understandable.
Well.
I really thought that something that would keep the captain here would be better than alcohol and friendship.
Never
But who
discount
knows? Maybe there's something more.
It's most people's number one weakness. Looks straight at
And
the
Elisa,
camera.
you know that the two remaining entrances, because the front door, like, they've dropped the garage shutters and they don't open them. There's like there's an alleyway approach where some like squatters will see you, and then there is the ladder way up from the tunnels into the side storage room of the bar, where you can go if you'd like.
I'm thinking ladders. Anyone else?
I don't get what you're trying to say.
Well, so the idea is, do you want to go through a normal entrance and have, impossible witness, or are you trying to surprise or alarm these people and maybe see, the stuff that they're storing, at least Janice is storing?
Why don't we go ahead and sneak in that case? I'm not good at sneaking.
Neither am I.
All right, so
I mean,
normally
I'm a god of sneaking, but it doesn't work that way for agility. Or for mobility.
Yeah, so normally, it's like the worst party member rolls the sneak. In this instance, I will allow Madeline to local guide you up to the position with her mobility, but once you're on site, it will become an everyone for themselves kind of situation.
Okay. I can vibe with that.
Am I rolling to local guide?
Yes, indeed. I'll give you a bonus of 1. You've been there before.
Ah. Sorry, I hit it. I'll roll an extra die. If this will ever load.
Of course, Wayland Yutani installs cameras into their employees' bathrooms. How else would you know?
That is very not from the British part of the company.
God, is it? I guess I haven't stressed anything out.
We don't
yet.
want
This
them
is
to
very
be
much the
wasting
Yutani
their
portion.
time. I mean, look. It comes from the portion that
There
we
we
truly
go.
value as their employees' well-being, and also the bottom line. Whoever.
Yeah, so you managed to creep up well enough to tell that, so the approach that you're taking, you can tell that there is another one of those spacer types who's, like, looking out from behind a crate, seeing if anybody approaches. Seems
Ooh.
like he's trying to keep this as, like, a clear getaway.
Wow, this ancient spacer though, what a look.
Yeah, it's really tacky and paranoid.
My character draws to a
That's
service
that's
vessel.
Yeah. So, how does the group wants to approach this particular point? I'll move you over to where you more likely are.
So have we silenced the anxious spacer, or?
No, he's just there and he hasn't seen us yet.
Is he actually wearing a mask, or is this just the art?
Yeah, he is.
My character, no, she doesn't do that. That's not subtle enough for her.
Oh, there's always a way to cause a distraction, get him and his attention elsewhere, and go beyond him.
His mask is the breathing apparatus that you wear in certain older spacesuits. It looks like he's just leaving his on.
Interesting. Does it function at all when it's not attached to the spacesuit, or is this just a weird aesthetic choice it's making?
If it's attached to an oxygen tank, it will.
Do we see any hoses coming off it?
It goes into his. He's also. They were all wearing like the undersuits that you wear in those as well. So yeah, the tubes are there.
Interesting.
I mean, I could sneak up and bonk him on the head. Good at sneaking. Only okay at bonking, though.
I could shoot him. But people tend to value lives. So I'm wondering.
The big thing is that a gun makes noise.
Good point. Well,
Got any
suppose-
sleepy time medication, Doc?
oh, I might. Hold on. I never actually-
I have a few doses of nap relief. Take enough of those, and you'll go to sleep for a while. Also, the rest
Just
of your life.
inject him with 5 nap reliefs.
I mean, actually,
Nap
though,
relieve
we
us
could
alone.
use that. Hold on. We've got like, do any of us have like some food? I did not actually bring any.
I've got candy
Yes, I brought
bars.
10 candy
and
bars.
Some rations.
Oh, hey, what if we put nap relief in some candy bars?
How are we going to induce him to eat the candy bars? I mean, I guess someone could go flirt with him.
Oh wait,
I mean,
no,
we could
nap relief
probably
is
just
something you
drop
shoot somebody
one.
up with, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of an injectable. Which, I mean, I could probably manage to inject him.
Yeah, why don't you do so? Here, I'll
Well,
help.
I
I'll
don't, like-
try.
Do we know what dose of Daffodil would actually knock someone out? I mean,
My character probably would know, Lee. She
I could
definitely-
also
also
roll
have a
medical aid to
med
find
kit,
out.
so I also probably have something that can get him under.
So it's not gonna be just it's not gonna be just nap relief, but if Max makes me a medical aid roll with a bonus of 3, he could break down 3 nap reliefs and some other stuff into something that will put him down. Yeah, all right, he gets it mixed up.
I'm like, don't breathe this.
wasn't planning on doing so.
okay, so then what would it be for me to sneak up and inject him with it? A mobility and then a close combat?
Indeed. And you'll get a bonus that is your mobility many hits on your close combat.
Okay, cool. Alright, let's see. Well, maybe I'll stress that out to get a lot of them. I'm not great at close combat. Let's do... Nope.
Wait,
Apparently I'm
you
the
were-
one who got it,
nice.
knocking this guy unconscious.
All right.
Okay, so I'll still
you,
get the trip.
you sneak up on him.
Okay. Do...
All
Well,
right.
good thing I got a success because I panicked again.
All right. He turns around. You stab him, He opens his mouth under the visor and loading. He does have some armor on, but you get him in the neck, so it doesn't matter. And he does manage to make like a bit of an sound, but it wasn't like cutting through door tier sound. But he is dropped quite asleep.
Okay.
Hey, it's
I'll
me,
see
your
the
boy, here
judge
with my
for the rest of
sound
the party.
purist.
Great work. Marvelous job. I also
Let's
would
get
have
on.
named that. Great work.
No, there's
all
the
around.
yeah. You do
Never
see
done
he has like concealed in a bag near him for easy grabbing an M4A3 service pistol. It is loaded.
Gonna take it. I want to have anyone behind us with a gun.
Yeah, like someone
Great.
should take it for that reason. It's not a great gun, but still one.
My character looks at hers. Mine has chrome inlay.
I'm sure you
Oh,
pulled it sideways like those
ew.
movies.
No, I've never seen any movies where they do that.
Indeed. So you
I
guys
prefer the movie.
come up. Here's a question:
1940s.
Who goes through the door
No.
first? You know that this is the side room
definitely
door.
not.
This is the side room door into the main room.
This should definitely be the local.
Really? Because you know that the sneaking entrance. Like, if I were coming here, I would have used the other door. So if you're
Well,
trying to
I mean-
alarm them, which I assume we were doing because we snuck up this way, you shouldn't seem to be first. And if we
Fair
aren't
enough.
trying to alarm them, then like, why did we come this way instead of approaching the friendly direction?
We don't
Good
want
point.
to tip our hands that we're coming, and they might be wondering if we're coming because we all look a lot better than them. You know, in terms of like, oh yeah, we actually washed our clothes recently.
I will not apologize for my fine tailor's work.
Yeah,
All right. So
yeah. I'll be the first one out the door.
all right. So the door slides open. They all turn. They look like they're about to say something casually. Then their eyes turn hard as they see this face staring back at them. And what do they say? Find out at the end of our 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:40.
Ayo!
Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Yeah, see y'all in 10.
Thank you all for coming out. By the way, we do have a lovely Discord and other fun ways to interact and exclamation mark links.
Zombie. Zombie.
Zombie. Zombie. Zombie.
How's it going?
Good.
Ooh.
All right. So yeah, Jean-Pierre, you come through the door first, and everyone looks at you like they're about to say something. Some people look at you like they're about to say something, and they're like, "What?" And then they realize that you're not who they thought you were, and Janice is going to be the first person to say, "Who are you?"
I am basically Marshall Pierre.
Marshall Mathers stands up and says, "Jean-Pierre, I heard you were on the way. I was just here reconnoitering the situation."
How drunk is he?
I'm enjoying a shot of Jameson.
He's like, yes, well, it looks like he's like, his cheeks are flush. He's had some stuff to drink, but he hasn't been like.
Is he wobbling?
No, he's not wobbling. He's standing. You think his wits is probably like a -1, but he's not like fucked up. None of them are. All the people in the room are like kind of like looking at you. Their hands go to their hips in a rather meaningful fashion, but nobody draws anything.
Except for Pat. She draws a lot.
True. I also have my
I mean,
belt
there's
out.
also that instinctive thing of getting my hand on the hips too, but it's along the lines of given the body language of, do we really want to have that escalate to that level?
Yeah, Janice is like, "So, Marshall, what can I do you for? My bar is technically closed at the moment."
Can't drink on the job, I'm sorry. Well then, what I'm looking for is a specific person. Sure, Matters knows who it is.
Of course, I was just circulating the description of the terror suspect. Dr. Sutler will be found. I have my deputies on the case, and, yeah.
Uh-huh. Well then, something tells me this person's been going through here a bit often. Know anything about it?
Captain Erden Rasco swivels around in his chair, hops off, and says, "Hey, pal. Nah, we haven't seen anyone like who Marshall was describing."
Pray tell, who was the person the Marshal was describing?
Well, everyone knows he's after Abraham Sutler. He's been going door to door asking, "Have you seen this man?"
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem to be a fruitful approach. My character.
Yeah, so
not
you, yeah, I was gonna say, like, is everyone else just like staying in that room? Let me know if you.
Okay, yeah, I think we'll come out.
All right,
It's a little
people.
weird.
Yeah, Annalisa is noticed by Janice and Matthias, both of whom sort of like look at her but don't say anything. Right now, Captain Erden Rasko is saying, well, Marshal, I know that you're after a dangerous bioterrorist, and I'm assuming you're here to catch him.
Perhaps.
I'm afraid I can't tell you where he is, but I know that Marshall is, the Marshal here has just finished doing the rounds, and none of the squats around here seem to have anyone like that. Most of them didn't even smell of nicotine, miraculously.
Interesting.
And so we know that he was seen in the storage room recently, or that's the rumor.
The rumor is he was seen near the ladder up into the storage room.
Which is, correct me if I'm wrong, near here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like very near here, to the point where we should actually genuinely be suspicious of the proprietor of the bar.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the proprietor of the bar hasn't said anything one way or another, really. The marshal is just saying that.
Yeah, of course.
Anything.
Nor have I.
Well, with one side, still facing the captain, I'll go lean on the bar's table and ask Janice about the person, given a sort of description of him and all of that.
Janice says, "Oh yes, Matthias came by and described him." She cleans the glass. Really though, I haven't seen him. There's not too many older-looking gentlemen out here. You know how it is. But there's some spacers who've been around decades, and they clog up the place. I feel like they're probably close to the medical center. Just in case anything happens. I might look further south.
I heard that he was spotted around here recently. Do you know if there are anyone in the alleyway or whatever who stays here consistently?
Yes.
Also, does she look like rattled at all? I'd say that.
She is keeping her composure, but give me a manipulate. Because
my character sheet left out.
Who can make the manipulate?
for Annalisa's question, she'll roll manipulate. And Jean-Pierre, what was your last question to her?
Basically, I'm just trying to make sure everything is. She is basically. This is a sort of poker game. I threw down my cards now to see how she handles that.
Yeah. So Annalisa, she says, "Yeah, there's a guy in a red coat," but you can tell that she's like, not her heart's not in it, and it's not like she is when she's normally sharing information. This isn't proper procedure to get information from her anyway. She seems rattled. She does not want you here asking about this man, and that is the general sense that both you and Jean-Pierre get.
What about the marshal? Does it seem like they're colluding, or like she's trying to hide it from him?
What you can tell is the marshal is looking at her and her answers very intently. His attention has gone from you guys to Janice. Captain Erden Rasko steps back a little. His focus is on both Jean-Pierre and Janice. And then he makes a meaningful glance over at Matthias that Matthias does not respond with. The spacers are beginning to pull back towards this side of the bar.
Yes.
You know, I could actually go for a drink. My character announces as she steps closer to the bar. Tell me, might you have anything in the reserve? Something for... My character, straightens her entire fit, which is, to be clear, kind of exorbitant.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that's befitting such an occasion as, well, the presence of someone who might be willing to pay something, as opposed to just cash in their mining works credits.
Janice is looking at you interestingly and she says, she looks between you and Jean-Pierre, and she's like, starts to open.
Somebody in the back.
She starts to open her
I'm
mouth,
gesture at the door.
and before she opens her mouth, Erden Rasco says, I don't think this is the time for any new arrangements. Everyone here is nice and ship-shape, and the bar is closed. His eyes turn to Avery. Janice would add, the bar is closed.
Like a lot of closed things open. You know.
The bar is closed,
Captain of the Orpheus, right?
Captain Erden Rasco says, who's asking? Oh, right, Jean-Pierre the Marshal. Yeah, I'm the captain.
Well then, I'm going to say is that the bar should be open right now. We're all friends here. Be able to have a sort of relaxation. There's a bunch of people that are very trigger happy and just want to use a very blunt hammer to get everything done. So we can just,
He nods.
try to make this all, much more peaceful.
Yeah, I take it you've met Eva as well.
My character just kind of like nods.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. My men and I really have to be getting back to our shuttle. We're planning to depart in 6 hours. So, yeah, gotta go get some stuff ready. But you enjoy that drink.
Long overdue. You've been here for how many days? 3? 4?
He slows down a little and says, yeah, we had to pick up some supplies. You know how it is. The situation's been pretty tense. We need to make some important purchases.
Supplies?
Yeah, Annalisa, you know that you haven't heard anything about him picking up supplies.
Can I roll an observation to see if that stain in the bottom right corner is blood? Because it looks a lot like blood.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, that one does look a lot like blood.
I'm gonna
Who
push that.
knows? Okay.
Much better.
It is blood Mary stain. It's just, like a tomato juice substitute. Yeah.
Oh,
Question
well,
for
lame.
nothing.
Yeah, so the captain is like, supplies, little this and that. Spaceships can become less roomy over time, and the Orpheus is an old bird.
Mm-hmm.
But she is faithful to me. Once I've set her on her course and made an arrangement with the navigation, I don't waver. I stick to it. And she sticks with me. And that's how we both get out alive. And with that, his view trends a little bit closer to Janice before he curtly turns, and his boys are moving with him towards this door.
Oh no, that's the door where the knocked out guy is.
And
Probably should have arranged him to look like he was sleeping and poured alcohol on him or something, but alas, we didn't.
Hindsight's 20/20. No worries.
Alright, so they move into this room, and you hear someone begin to go down ladders as Janice is like, right, so,
Gonna conspicuously move further away.
she
from
comes
the door.
and brings Avery. What did you ask for, a specific drink or just a drink in general?
Jim. On the rocks.
She's like, gin is starts at 100 now.
Is it good gin?
It's gin.
Do you have good gin?
Spelled with a J.
It's saved for a special occasion.
Interesting. Now, how much would I have to spend here to make this a special occasion?
She's like, well, how much do you have, stranger? And I must say, I don't think I've ever seen you around. Tell me, Annalisa, where are you friends from? Are they all marshals?
They're all wish the marshal, certainly, but just, little helpers.
I see. Well, for the marshals, little helpers, I suppose it could be a special occasion for only $200.
Well, now, what else would a special occasion buy? My character says, fiddling for her wallet. In terms of,
She says, well,
let me actually.
if you're looking for black market goods, I know a smuggler who's recently dipped his fingers a little too deep. It's obviously an illegal activity. If we're having a special occasion, she looks at Jean-Pierre. Perhaps I could share a little information.
Oh yes, perhaps. Maybe my associate and I, who is of course a gin connoisseur such as myself, could accompany you into the back where there might be some models to share or to observe amongst the three of us.
Marshal Mather says, I don't think that will be necessary. Janice, I can go get it.
Oh, by all means. Yes, go get it for us, please. I would love to see you go get it.
Goes around Dr. Wolf. He looks back and forth. Janice sort of waves him without looking at him, and he enters the back room that is Janice's that you briefly see. Oh, look, brief look.
Yeah, hey, look, we're alone in the same room together, my character says as she leans on this fucking door. So.
Okay, it is a sliding open door, so that's not going to hold him.
No, that's not going to hold him, but it's going to tell me rather instantly that he's coming back.
Janice says, listen, his name is Doug Bryce. He's the ex-quartermaster. He's got it out for the company and the administrator, and he's been nosing around in my business.
I'm gonna come over and I'm gonna be like, Janice, and I'm just gonna look like very sad, and I'm like, Janice, you know that we don't care about that, and that we know it. Like, this is bigger than all of us. I mean, I don't know what you're mixed up in, but like these people can help, and
says,
anything to do with bioterrorism. Like, I mean, you've stationed like people will literally tear people the fuck apart. We don't want things to get ugly.
Janice,
we're not.
Janice gets a certain look in her eye, and she seems like she's about to say something as Avery, you feel the door opening, and Matthias comes back in with the bottle and says, "Who wants some gin?" She puts down and begins to walk back over to the other end of the bar. Dr. Wolf, you definitely see that he's got his hand on his revolver in his coat.
Ooh.
My character looks pissed, by the way, at Janice. And then she turns around with a neutral expression to see the marshal. And says, you did indeed bring the gin. Thank you so much. You didn't happen to see any rosemary sprigs back there, did you? That was part of my ideal beverage.
Janice is like, I can find something behind the bar to take care of that.
Fine.
I'm gonna nudge Jean-Pierre and hint that he should go outside with the other marshal to talk shop.
So, Marshall, I need to talk strategy with you.
Marshall is like, sure. I mean, there's a lot of
Oh,
tables
I
in this
poured them
bar.
both. I pour them both drinks before they started talking. Because my character, of course,
Right.
grabs the bottle.
Marshal Matthias Mathers has a polite sip, but does not have any more. Rather than the shot that one might expect. But yeah, John, when you propose walking outside, he proposes sitting at like a corner table.
Bloodstain.
Just Bloody
Mary
Mary,
Jane,
Max check.
We'll
I know
go
bloodstains.
that far. I'm going to have his back to them.
Okay.
So along the lines of, I'll offer him that seat, I sit over here. That sort of thing.
Alright. He'll accept that. He's like, so, let's talk strategy. Meanwhile, while Avery Fogg, while Janice and you are close together and he is far away, she will lean in and say, listen, you're getting really deep here in something that is not what it seems.
That doesn't bother me.
If the marshal catches that doctor, a lot of people are going to die.
Why is that?
Because he's
And how
working.
do we prevent it?
Because he's working on a cure.
Let me guess, he infected everyone in this entire station with a thing.
Is that what
Do
Dr.
you want to
Wolf
be part of this
says?
conversation? Because come on over, please.
No, that's out of character.
Oh, come on, please!
I'm not.
Get
Okay, fine.
over there. I bought you guys time. You better do this.
Okay,
Damn
I'm
it.
gonna roll up for me to, but like, let me guess, he infected everyone in the station with a disease, and now he's holding you all hostage until you cure it.
She says, no, that isn't at all.
Oh, well,
God,
I thought it was a good guess.
I'm saying way too much.
No,
Well,
you're not saying enough. We can help.
Also, let me
We're
say
not
something
the
real quick.
marshals.
You see this lab coat? This isn't just for show. I worked with the good doctor. I'm sure whatever he's working for a cure on, I could furnish you with as well, without, the lingering threat of terrorism.
Well, alright, but the threat isn't coming from... Shove trails off a little. I need a manipulation roll here for this revelation.
God, fine.
Roll for revelation.
I'm gonna
She's gonna
push
say,
that.
okay. Okay, yeah. At first she's like, alright, but you have to promise me a ride in shuttle before I tell you this. Oh, fuck it. Alright. Listen, you need to understand what's going on here. The company is going to poison us. He found out about it ahead of time. He's come here and he's used something to create a cure. All I know is that there's some... It's somewhere near... It's somewhere near the reactor, in that block. He headed down there to disperse it. Or rather, to buy us more time. He's slipped it into the meta center, the solution. But he's going to change the air filtration system. It'll force us onto emergency backup. That should force the beginning of the evacuation and prevent the spread. But this was always their backup. The real danger is getting on the Alcatraz at all. That's why we're not getting on the Alcatraz.
Well, in that case,
I'm
best to avoid it.
I'm leaving with the... I am going to leave on the Orpheus. So is the Marshal.
Let's see. And he knows of this?
Yeah, the Marshal caught him pretty early on. He's not that great at hiding. He's been ferrying him around the station and blowing the administrator full of hot air.
Holy shit. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, none of this can get back to Wayland-Yutani, alright? If they find out that this plan has been foiled, they're gonna liquidate this whole colony.
Absolutely. This can't get back to Wayland Yutani at all.
Jake sure glad he didn't introduce you as a company agent earlier.
You have my word as the my character gesture steward, trenchcoat gun, muscle of this group.
Certainly. I'm really worried. I'm pretty sure that the captain was trying to say that he's going to take off in the next couple of hours, whether I'm there or not. So, I kind of
Get
want
on
to.
the ship. We'll handle things from there.
Yep. Meanwhile, Marshall Mathers and Jean-Pierre, what sort of a conversation are you guys having?
I'm going to try to be in a more positive mood, all of that. As it's along the lines of I'm stepping on his toes, that sort of thing. In terms of like, oh, great, it's the jurisdiction above me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So give me a manipulate to lean on him.
Lean on me.
God, I wish I had hair gel.
Ooh.
So he's you give a little twitch. I think that you're far enough away from everyone at the bar that only you take the stress. If it is, that one gives you stress too, right? I can find that quickly.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. He gets a little stressed too, and he's like, look, we'll get this taken care of. I have my guys out canvassing. I'm confident in their abilities. He is confident in their abilities, but it doesn't sound like he actually has them doing what they're supposedly doing. You know that he has them guarding the medical center, and some of them are probably kind of nearby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations no one wants to be, having to deal with the security here. And there's certain things we have to overlook and all that just to make sure everyone survives. So,
right, we do need to do whatever is necessary to make sure everyone survives. And he says that a little bit loudly so that the people at the bar will hear. He's like, but yeah, speaking of, he gets on his radio and he says, how are we with that sweep through the North Block? And the radio response takes a minute, but someone comes back on and says, all clear, how about you? And Mathers says, oh, just peachy. Doesn't seem like
Definitely a fucking code word.
Doesn't seem like something that you would say in this context.
more along the lines of, wow, all I saw was just one guard in the northern block.
He's like, oh, right, well, they're sweeping around the area. They might have been through at a different time than you were. He's starting to look towards the doors, and he's like, now listen, Jean-Pierre, I think that you and I should, step out. There's the shutter door, but I can get, Janice to open it. Yeah, there's just something that I really need to tell you, but Marshall's ears only, you know?
Mm-hmm. Like we're far away that they won't hear.
He's like, I really think we should handle this outside.
I'm gonna do an observation check.
They're not close enough yet.
He's just at this point. You can tell that he's got his hand on his gun, and you can tell that Janice looks a little on alert since the thing that he said loudly into the radio.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I would say to Janice, if I notice her being more on alert, I would say, you can go. You don't have to stay for this.
She nods, comes through this door, and locks it. Matthias, seeing that, opens back up his radio and says, very fucking peachy now! And both of these doors open.
Oh, shit.
Guns up as the, spacers come back in, and they're like, alright, nobody do anything too tricky. And Matthias steps back and points his gun at Pierre and says, listen, Pierre, This is going to sound crazy, but you need to believe me. That doctor isn't a terrorist. Wayland Yutani and LaSalle Bionational are behind every attack attributed to him. He's trying to get out ahead of them. He's found a cure for their bioagent. He's trying to mass produce it and distribute it through the colony. My deputies are at the Medi Center because I've just had them seize control of it. He is taking care of the rest. Please, you need to believe me. He's shown us things you wouldn't believe.
I believe this bullshit.
Does that observation still stands?
You think that he believes what he's telling you, especially the you wouldn't believe part. It seems like he's rattled. Like there's something deeper here, but at the same time, it sounds like he's putting a massive amount of blind faith into a man you believe to be a terrorist.
I'm watching Fog at this point. Does she look rattled in any way?
Can you read her featureless expression?
Probably not. But I feel like it's probably worth some question. Like, so do you know anything about why Wayland Yutani said this man is a terrorist? Surely they told you.
They tell me everything that everybody else knows, which is to say, this man is actually a terrorist, and don't buy their bullshit. Look, Wayland Yutani, look, you and
they
I
haven't released any details about his terror crimes.
That's right.
Or ideology.
Because it would prove too much. They lie, and they leave their omissions to the rest.
Wayland Yutani does a number of things they don't particularly advertise about. This is not
my
one
hand
of
for a bit and say, Marshall, if you have the evidence, we have a scientist here who can look at this stuff.
Marshall Mathers lowers his revolver and says,
first.
"Right, evidence.
Obviously,
he showed
he
us.
just came in at guns ablaze.
He showed us footage.
Before we dive into the evidence, I knew him before
Everyone
he was a terrorist.
seems to be on
Yes,
the
you
edge
did.
here, so we just de-escalated this. So,
Did he seem
gun back in the holster.
like a
I'm gonna
person who
put
would
my
become
hand
a
away
terrorist?
from mine.
Yeah, so he puts his gun back in his holster, raises his hands, and says, "All right, listen. We don't have the proof here with us, but he can show it to you." And yeah, what was that, Max?
Did he seem like the sort of person who would go crazy and kill a bunch of people through terrorism? Or
He was
not?
always incredibly stressed by his work. You know that his work was largely in anagathics, anti-aging drugs.
Interesting.
Towards the end of his tenure, he became obsessed with a failed batch of his anti-aging drugs, which had resulted in the animal specimens breaking down at the DNA level.
Ooh.
Okay.
He seemed concerned. You know that a LaSalle Bionational not executive, but high-ranking suit came at a private conversation with him. You never saw him at the labs again after that conversation. People swooped in and confiscated all his work at the same time as the meeting.
Very interesting.
Well, I'm still here to see proof.
We're going to be shown the evidence, but for now,
Right.
Marshall.
If somebody is accusing my company of doing something, I want to know.
So like everyone, like all like the spacers and the captain point their gun at Avery, and Captain Erd Rasco just goes, I'm sorry. Whose company? You work for Wayland?
Look,
Oh my god, you have a ride-along corporate shill? What is this? And
She's an observer, and they seem to be very interested in keeping on,
Definitely.
their thing. But
one of them comes out.
Jeez.
One of them comes out and says, "Oh, they drugged me. My head hurts."
I want to make sure that what you're saying is true before I make a decision. Look, this involves me too. I'm a citizen of the galaxy. I don't want to be affected by a plague, for fuck's sake.
Captain Erden Rasco says, "Oh yeah, sure. I do not trust her. Anyway, listen, I don't have time to show him to the evidence. We are getting on my shuttle and leaving about now, considering how many people know what's going on." Matthias is like, "I have to stay and see this through. If you've got to go, you've got to go. Jean-Pierre, can I count on you for a ride out of here if things go south?"
Yes. As anything, we need to ensure is that we follow through this to the end.
All right.
So
In
your
that case,
sense is that this guy is not a terrorist. Hold on.
yeah. Listen, he's got the proof, but he'll have to show it to you. We don't have copies. He's very careful.
Well, let
They're
him know.
hunting for this
You can bring
information.
your deputies along.
Sounds like you're going to drug us and make
Uh,
us your specimen zeros.
Matthias is like, what? No. Who's drugging anybody? And this guy's like, I feel like I've got a lot of hangovers, but I'm also very calm. And he's like, what the fuck happened to him?
Not relief. Too many of them.
He looks at Captain Erden Rasco, and Rasco's like, when I went down the ladder, I found him out cold. Injection mark on his neck. Injection mark? What the fuck? Oh.
Do you guys not inject not believe? My character says, gesturing to her not believe, which
My
is
God.
an injector.
It doesn't, oh, whatever, listen. We don't have time for this. I will take you to the doctor. He gets on his radio and says, Echo Blue Niner, keep the course, keep the course. Listen, I'm bringing the off-planet marshal and his crew with me. They know what's up. And then he says, okay, we need to move quick. And Captain Erden Rasco says, he shouts and says, Janice, if you're in there and you want to ride out, you better fucking come fast. And she opens the door and runs over here, but not before grabbing the shotgun out from under the bar and beginning to load it and saying, hopefully we all make it out of this alive. And Captain Erden's like, yeah, hopefully. Boys, we are leaving. They all look very suspiciously at Avery as they, you know, make for the door. Does anybody do anything to stop or attempt to delay them?
Do we know how
I'm
big
going
his
to ask
shuttle
Erden
is?
Rasco if he's going to be leaving right quick. Your testimony will be able to help this man if everything is true, though, Captain.
Indeed.
Captain says, I'll be happy to give it, but I'm not a fool. I'm not going to stick around and see what happens. You can find me at Anchor Point Station. And he slides out the door, and you would know that his shuttle looks like it was large enough that it would have the spare space for 3 to 5 more people. Then came down with it.
Okay.
But yeah.
How large is the Marshall shuttle?
Your shuttle has room for about 3 to 5 more people in it. Like 5 is the absolute maximum you could cram in there. 5 more. But Marshal Matthias Mathers has joined the party and says, "We don't have much time." Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop.
Let's go.
Very well. Let's go see this evidence that you purport to be true.
Mhm.
With our own eyes.
So yeah, he says that the doctor is in or near the reactor room, and our absolute unit, the captain, will be leaving in that direction. And the rain, yeah. You know that he's got his security boys here, locking down the med center. Hold on, wait. Someone said something, and then I had to hold it in my head, and I forgot. Did someone ask a question? Okay, I guess not.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
All right, so he's proposing that you guys move through the outer ring. You could move through the inner ring, and it would be like 5 to 10 minutes faster. But he seems to want to take you by the place where he has his deputies.
I think we're just following him at this point.
I mean,
Yeah, I
the
mean-
big thing is he needs to feel like he's safe, so
Alright,
last thing we want to do is spook him.
he takes you through the outer ring. You see that he does have his deputies locking down the meta center, and several of the personnel there are like, "What is going on here, Marshal? I demand answers. Why have you enacted a quarantine on this hab?" And he says, "I can explain later. We need to move." And she's like, "What do you mean? And what's happening to those patients in the isolation ward?" "Listen, I can explain. You need to produce that cure and give it to them." And keeps bringing you around the ring after he like blusters with them for a bit, unless anybody would say anything to the doctors or try and glean anything else from there. But yeah,
I'm just going to try to at least assist them and let them know is just relax right now. Whatever's happening,
all right, sure. And
just keep your head down for now.
Max.
Yeah, I would assist in that.
Me.
All right, so you guys can give me manipulate. Someone can give someone else their bonus in many manipulate skill points. And Max, you actually know something about a lot of this shit. Roll me an observation, just a straight observation when you see some of the screens and what's being made.
All right.
You panic.
Add two more. Add two more, John. I'm sorry. It's 4. It's a bonus of 4.
Dr. Wolf. You learn that this looks like they're having him. They're having them make one of his anagathics, which didn't do well in the trials due to the unfortunate side effects like sterility and albinism, but it didn't kill anybody. However,
Interesting.
you see another one.
Slash weird.
You see another one that looks like it is a very potent immune system link. It looks like if this gets to somebody, it will like act not unlike a cancer cell in their red bloodstream, but rather than multiplying out of control, it will seek to find all of their white blood cells and change them in a not dissimilar way to like a hyper modern vaccine that doesn't need to give you a version of the disease to give you the antibodies. So, but you know both of those things. Neither of these are the notes on what he was working on last. But you do think that for him to decide this is what he needed to do, he probably has to have the notes with him. So yeah, you guys pass through. You pass through an observation tower, and things are being observed there. In the distance, you see that several wildcatters and other people have returned. It seems that a call has been put out. And, or at least Sylvie will come back right now. And finally, you make it to the main reactor room. It is also a control over some other things. And, yeah. You see... Well, I'm about to show you what you see because you're about to be on a map.
You see with your eyes.
Clearly, that indicates something. Oh wow! Hey, look at that. The person that we're looking for is on this map. Crazy.
Yeah, so an old smoking man is in the far side of this central pillar who sees you guys and yells, "Matthias, what are you doing?" And Matthias is like, "Look, it's fine. You just need to show them proof." There's a very important question. Dr. Wolf, are you at all visible?
I mean, I have a mask on that pretty well conceals my features.
That's fair, but you're wearing a
Well,
lab
yeah,
coat.
but do you?
I am wearing a lab coat. The lab coat is not branded.
Okay. So it's not a
Yeah,
sale
but
by
remember
now.
what you look like. I mean, like you can see a lot of your features through the gas mask, your eyes.
Yeah,
the
I mean,
face shape of
it's
your
somewhat concealed. Here's the real question: did you get a haircut before you came on this mission? That is different from your normal
Oh, yeah.
haircut. Is it different from your normal haircut?
I definitely got a haircut.
That's when was the last time you saw him?
Why would you be disguised from this guy?
Don't worry about it.
Max might have a reason to do that.
Oh my god, both Max and Pat are evil. Is no one here for real justice?
All right, you get.
My character is not evil. Excuse you.
You get. He does, however, Max, look at you and say, "Wait a minute, Dr. Wolf, is that you? Wait a minute, has the company sent you? Listen, Wolf, I can explain. I can explain what happened. I was trying to save them. But they'd already been infected. What I did was a mercy, Wolf, a mercy." Matthias is like, "Hold on,
Infected
man.
with what?
Infected with whatever that factor is. I wish we had never found that Weyland-Yutani wreck."
What?
Wayland.
yeah.
Okay, back up and talk me through
This, by the way, this is like a several meters down area. The railing demarks like the difference between it.
Oh my goodness, I would have fallen to my death.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys are advancing, and the old man spoke. He's like, "Listen, I don't have time to explain. I'm breaking the circulation system right now. It's going to turn on emergency air filtration. That will buy me enough time to purge the bad filters."
So it's already in the filters, is what you're saying? Look, I'm going to need to see some proof because we've been told that you're a terrorist.
He's like, "Yes, just allow this old terrorist to break the air filtration system and trigger the emergency alarm, and then I'll help you."
I don't know that I can let you do that without seeing proof.
He is
trying to
presently
hurt us.
like fucking with that. He's like actively fucking with that panel as you talk to him. If you got,
Manipulate to make it sincerity?
oh yeah, you could do that.
Can I do that observation too?
Yeah, you could make it manipulate or an observation to try and get a sense of his honesty. That's it. It seems like he is scared and guilty of something, but he believes what he's doing is going to save lives.
I do have the investigator skill, and I think it could apply here, Gian.
Yeah, so do you have to take a look around the room for a period of time, or is it an action to look around and see it?
You see what others miss, noticing small details, and in a sense, when you spend a term in a room or similar location, you can roll for observation. One
Okay.
attempt is allowed.
Alright, so here's what happens. You notice that it looks like some of the coolant rods haven't been quite finished cycling. You don't know a lot about nuclear reactors, but knowing what you know from being on spaceships a lot, you know that that's something you do when you're trying to juice the reactor for more than it's worth. And also, anybody who got 3 hits or more on an observation hears this faint sound of thudding coming from this door. But yeah, you get the sense that someone needs to come handle that sooner than later, because this reactor is being run hotter than it should be. This is also like a central
I'm gonna have
engineering
a-
control panel.
Step closer to him. I'm like, your mouth is free. You can talk. What is this about a Weyland-Yutani wreck?
Okay, so but nobody does anything that would stop him from hitting the buttons he hits, right?
No.
I'm going to head down, but I'm going to have the marshal go and check out with the panels right now because I need to ensure everything's fine here.
Oh, you tell him to like go check this out?
Yeah.
He's like, "I don't know
That
a lot
needs to
about
be
reactors,
split.
but I'll take a look."
Yeah.
So hold on. All right, let me back up here. Madeline, did you ask something?
No.
All right, Avery Fogg, you were saying something, and Max was saying something.
Right. I kind of step over here and I say, please don't. Just let us observe what you're doing before you do it so that we can verify. We were
Give-
sent here as counter-terrorists.
Give me a manipulate -2.
Fair enough.
Dr. Wolf, what do you say to the old man smoking?
I mean, I'm just gonna be like, what's this about a Weyland-Yutani wreck? That was a curveball.
He puts his hands up and he's like, "Wolf, the day that LaSalle Bionational terminated me, it was because they'd asked me to do something that I found unconscionable. the last Anagathics that I was working on. I managed to steal the original copy of the research back, and I have it with me. It's vital to the survival of perhaps the entire human race. They want to commit mass murder against the UPP. And more than that, use it as a tool to keep everyone in line. The Three Worlds Empire will fall in line with Weyland-Yutani entirely. The Sale Bionational is acting against them, but they're just trying to steal the same information. It all revolves around a key to the genetic sequence, of which we were ignorant. They had something on that vessel. Data on an individual who had been in cryostasis on that ship. The data was remarkable.
Wait, what the fuck? You mean to tell me is that they're thinking of starting a fucking world war here?
The war is already underway. The UP and the United Americas are at loggerheads, and odds are, if the politicians keep blustering about and the generals keep moving their troops, more than just proxy wars are going to break out. There's already uprisings. There was already Tyneston how many years ago? It's only gotten worse since there. But listen, this is more than that. This is about who's going to hold the keys to the kingdom. With this, we could do so much. My Anagathics research, if I could resume it, we could end aging as it exists, and with a mere 15-year cycle, through cryogenics, we could expand the human lifespan by centuries. Of course, it would require a massive number of resources and stem cells, but with the right cloning techniques deployed and enough resources, this would be our national endeavor. We could double the lifespan of the human race.
Is he still moving, or does he have his hands up still?
His hands are up. Avery convinced him to not boop, boop, boop.
Okay,
anymore.
and I'm like, okay, immortality sounds great, but not if we die like right now.
Yes,
There are a
yes.
lot of people on the
Listen,
space station.
listen. Within the next 45 minutes, there's going to be a full cycle of the filtration pylons. I've already checked. They have anti-tamper methods that will default to releasing the spores if I do anything there. But I have found a way around their trap. I need to break it and trigger the emergency override. They haven't accounted for that in their failsafes. Then we will go and physically purge it. I have acquired a flamer unit for that purpose.
Can you at least show me what you're about to release?
You hear,
Can you please tell me?
he's like, I'm not releasing anything. I mean, here, anyway. All I'm going to do is break the air conditioning. Emergency life support will kick in. It's still active in the West Block. And then we'll go to main life support and purge the cylinder with the flames of the flamer unit. He indicates under the desk there is, in fact, a flamer unit. And at around this time, you guys hear the door right here break open, and a very sweaty-looking chief engineer, Francois Labelle, wielding a maintenance jack, says, "That terrorist tricked me and locked me in. Don't let him do whatever he's doing." And Old Man Smoking's like, "Oh no, please!" And he tries to turn and do what he was doing really quickly, and Labelle is coming around, like, trying to tackle him.
I'm gonna tell LaBelle
I'm
to
drumming a
stand
gun and
down.
I'm like, stop, or yeah, I'll shoot.
Alright, so yeah.
I
so-
say, nobody move, nobody move. And my character is not going to pull out her gun, but her hand is very conspicuously in her trench coat.
Alright, give me a, give me a, alright, it's going to be a manipulate -3 to stop Labelle dead in his track with words. That's only -2 if you're pointing a gun at him. Or if someone's pointing a gun at him. Which Annalisa is. So just a -2 on this manip. Okay, he's like...
That also extended to, by the way, the Old Man Smoking. Nobody move.
Alright, everyone is frozen. Francois says, "Listen, whatever's happening here, I had a coolant rod extended that shouldn't have been." And Matthias says, "Yeah, I see that. Things aren't looking great." And he's like, "Shit, you need to drop that again." listen, you find the lever on the right-hand side. Do you have a maintenance jack? And Matthias is like, no, I don't have a fucking maintenance jack. He's like, I have a spare one in
And I'm
the...
like, wait, I've got one. Except I'm pointing. I'm like, someone else point a gun at this guy. Will I do this thing?
I'm gonna go up to them and get this going.
Yeah, all right. So you got that handled, and Matthias is like, quick. And then Annalisa, do you have any heavy machinery or just a maintenance jack?
Yeah, I've got a 1 in heavy machinery and a maintenance jack.
All right. Then Francois will like hurriedly explain to you where you need to stick that and twist to make it go down. With him helping, it is a modifier 2.
Cool.
Matthias yells back, why weren't the emergency sirens blaring? And Francois is like, the emergency sirens would have been blaring for the past week. I turned them off. He's like, what? And he's like, if this fucks up, everyone in the hospital ward is going to die in the back surge. He's like, what do you mean the back surge? He's like, we've run out of parts. The surge protectors are fucked. What do you mean the surge protectors are fucked? He's like, I don't know how many, but it looks like we've been being sent bunk units for a while. If we have to move to emergency power, everyone on life support right now is going to die. Maybe 20 to 30 old people. And who knows what happens after that.
Oh. I mean, they're old people.
Amazing.
And sorry, are emergency filters connected to emergency power or not?
No, so these are literally like basically like, there's local air supply all over that can't run indefinitely. But it has like days worth of oxygen it can produce, right? Days to weeks, depending on how many people are breathing it. The main one that handles all of this and disperses...
It's more the other way, like if we switch the filters, that wouldn't turn off the power, right?
Yeah, as long as you just handle the filters, you don't fuck with the power. And what he's talking about fucking with is just like the filters and making it like do stuff. But yeah, Man Smoking turns to you and says, listen, it looks like maybe half an hour until they drop. Please, let me do this, and then we can talk more. You can observe what I'm doing.
I want
We'll observe him.
I want my hands on the board, so to speak. I'm gonna actually Lysol down the keyboard, wipe it off, and be like, now, show me.
He's like, okay, and he walks you through the process for basically intentionally causing a life support lockdown.
Yeah, like none of this is going to prove whether or not it needs to be locked down.
Yeah, no, I want to know why he thinks that my company is trying to kill everybody.
Oh my god, Fog, we don't have time for this!
Look, I need to know! I need to know.
How many people are on this station right now, Lee?
I don't know if I put a precise number of the population, but, like, the current facilities are built to house 500 with plans to house, like, 1,000. There are over 1,000 people here.
Okay,
Right.
so your ego isn't worth more than the lives of over 1,000 people.
It's not my ego, it's their lives! Look, if we let him do what he's trying to do, who's to say if his agent is a cure or the cause of a disease?
Okay, it's not even
My ego.
He's switching to the emergency filters! Like, I feel like that step is fairly...
The filters are even remotely wrong to begin with. Why do you think they would have sent me down here without informing me about any of this?
Because you had an alternate briefing, didn't you, Agent?
I have not had any alternative briefings other than all of you.
Step away from the console.
As a fact.
Now, Pat, when you walked up, you made a comm-tech, right? What were you doing while he described that to you?
Well,
Oh my god, did
Actually-
you actually let her touch the console? Oh my, never let a company agent touch the fucking master console, idiot!
see, the funny thing about this is that Comtech was to literally just see what he was saying. I don't have the material.
Okay, you get into the cameras, and you see that the feed to check how the filters physically are. One of them, it's done very well, but it's looped. The filter that's going to be put in next, the camera feed in that chamber is looped.
Oh no.
He holds up a PDAT with like that has had like an image scanned into it, and he shows it to you. And it's a grainy green like scanline footage, but it shows an alternative version of like a 30-second loop, and there's some sort of, you can't really tell color on the green scanline screen, but some sort of dark spore all over the fans of the filter. That shit would get spread all through the air supply if it were to be entered. There are 25 minutes before it drops.
Jesus.
He's like, listen, we need to sprint over there. We need to sprint over there with the flamer after we do this. We only have 25 minutes. We don't have time. If we don't act now, we will arrive too late. Please. You've seen for yourself. They've looped the footage.
Stand away from the console. Stop.
Do it. Do what you were going to do. Do what you were going to do.
Okay, we need to get that flamer going. Where is it?
He says, life support, to the west. And Francois's like, holy shit. Wait a minute, are we believing this guy? Wait, why are we taking a flamer to the... god damn it. Listen.
Francois, you know the way?
Francois's like, yes.
Let's go.
God. Why is there a flamer unit in here? We're taking it to the air conditioning, and then when that happens, a red light comes on. Boop. Boop. Air toxicity. Is in danger. Air levels are in danger. No longer receiving main life support. Switching to auxiliary life support. Error. Inappropriate transition of life support. 404. Procedure not found. Emergency air supports are deploying locally. And Francois is like, shit. Alright, well, we have to go there for whatever reason, but I don't trust that man. He locked me in there. He's like, I knew you wouldn't believe what I had to do was necessary. And he's like, fine, but someone keep an eye on him. Yes, you. Are you flashing your badge, by the way, Jean-Pierre?
Yeah.
He's like, fine, you're a marshal, and Mathers is here too. And Mathers like, don't worry, it's fine. He takes out his gun and like, don't worry, I have the situation under control. He kind of like points vaguely at the floor near this guy, but doesn't aim at him. He's like, all right, I trust you, Mathers. All right, you, Marshal, I'm with you. I can show you the way to go. And
Let's
he's
go. That's all I ask.
all right. The doctor says, my work is not fully done. I must move to the Meta Center. And Mathers is like, we do kind of need to take him to the Meta Center.
I'll take.
Isn't time of the essence? Can't some of us go flamethrower this thing and he go to the medicine?
Yes, that's what he's proposing. Like, who has the flamer?
Okay.
I'll take the flamer.
You have the flamer unit from the book? And he's like, yes, we must act in tandem.
My range combat is actually 3. With agility 3.
6 dice.
Agility is what you use for close combat. It's strength based.
Yeah, but the flamers are ranged combat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking of the cutting torch.
Yeah, I mean, I really haven't seen the flamethrower in play. That's cool.
Yeah, the M240 flamer unit. But yeah, okay, so Avery, you're volunteering to take this man there, and the doctor would look at Dr. Wolf and be like, oh, well, Dr. Wolf is a very well-educated doctor as well. Dr. Wolf, now that you've heard what you've heard, you'll help us, won't you? Please, come with me.
Fine.
All right, so in Avery Fogg, you want to go with this man, right?
Yeah, it's him, me, and Dr. Wolf, right?
Yeah, okay. Worlds...
I think the Marshal too?
The Marshal wants to... well, here's the thing. Francois doesn't trust that dude to be running around alone. So he wants the Marshal with him.
Okay.
All
And so the only one that I don't know is Crane. Is she going with me or
Yeah,
Med
I think so.
party?
I want to go to Team Flamethrower. That seems like where the action's at.
Before we leave, actually, may I attempt to, inform Mathers that, look, I've been converted. I completely agree with what's going on here being fucked up. I did not know any of this.
It's like, it's alright. I, too, worked for a corporation without fully knowing what they were doing. But now that I have seen the light, I cannot turn away from the fact that I was complicit in their crimes.
Yeah, no, I want to make up for that. I think you should go with the team that's doing the flamethrower.
He's like, but no, I must reach the meta center.
So
Yes,
the
you must come
medicine
with
is
us to
not
the
as
medicine.
important. It is not as important.
Oh, you
One
should.
marshal per
Mathers.
team. We're done. Let's go.
Yeah,
How's he gonna have a fucking
the
flamethrower?
issue,
Look
yeah,
at him, he's a
you'd
quick
also,
little
yeah,
man.
yeah. Also, Francois is not waiting for this, and Francois doesn't trust.
So
Yeah,
me
like,
and Francois are going with Annalisa.
yeah, like,
The doc is going with
yeah,
you
yeah.
guys.
No, oh, sorry. You're saying this to Mathers. I thought you were saying this to the doctor. Mathers is like,
No! No, I'm saying it's
Mathers
not.
is like, yeah. Listen, we need to get to the meta center. I trust Francois, and I have to put my faith in Jean Pierre.
Alright.
All right, so yes, some people arrive at the air filtration, and you see it takes you like 20 minutes. You've got 5 minutes when you arrive. The machines are here, and like there are 3 filtration rods, and 2 of them are cycled away, and one of them is like hanging above the spot where it would be put in. It looks like something about the gurney has just moved it, even though it shouldn't have. You can only assume that tampering would have resulted in that. It's hanging over the slot it needs to go into, but it's not down there. Francois is like, okay. If what he's saying is true, we need to cycle these back and then pop that thing open and burn it. I can handle the cycling. I know this like the back of my hand. You do have the flamer unit, and someone's going to need to be ready in case it tries to drop. You'll need to cycle the switch at just the right time to knock it aside. He looks at Annalisa and says, "Can you do that?"
What actually does that entail?
So there's a console, and it has like it's a heavy machinery, but basically you're gonna need to like click a switch, like a mechanical like yank at just the right time, and it will cause this to not fall into the hole that it would go into, and instead clatter to the side.
Well, I guess out of the stackable things, I'm probably the best person for that job in the sense that other people are better suited to the other jobs, and I've got something. It's better than nothing. Just got to do that shit, and I assume that the Marshal doesn't have any heavy machinery.
Machinery was never a good thing. I did restore an old Dodge Camaro.
Wow. That's like me restoring like a Baroque carriage.
But listen, when you really want an old muscle car to work from the 1970s,
1970s.
it's a
Great.
Yeah. All right. So Francois goes up and holds up his end of the bargain. He says, like, hold on. Someone's welded this together. What? Damn it, I knew I should have checked these. They kept me so busy with work orders. So yeah, it sounds like some serious sabotage is going to fuck up his job. He's like, maybe if he's looking around. But yeah, you hear like a lurching, and he's like, oh fuck, we don't have time for this. He comes over here and he pops this open. You see little black spores all over this filter.
lighting it up.
Yeah, make me an attack with the flamer.
Okay. 1 second. Let me get to my sheet. Did I have time to aim?
Yes, you did.
I am going to push.
Yeah, you're still, by the way, sending him in DMs.
Yeah, I fixed that. Sorry.
Oh, good. Just letting you know. He's like, I see him either way.
Yes.
All right, you do manage to get him in there, and the fire does not... Okay, roll me your own 96 base dice. This is very important. This is the fire intensity roll.
Yep. Let's hope the fire intensity roll goes. Go. Yeah.
All right, you do actually light it up. As you light it, however, something about the casing seems to have been warped. It starts to drop. Madeline, give me a heavy machinery, or it is going to... The flaming rod will plummet down into that
God.
air support, which would be bad for the internal machinery and
I better
any
roll
potential
that.
surviving spores. All right.
Obvious reasons.
Don't forget, you probably have that maintenance check, so +1.
All right, bonk, bonk, doink.
Ah,
All right, it falls aside, and everyone breathes a sigh of relief. And as you breathe a sigh of relief, like, so there's fire here, but there is a slight popping of a cloud as everyone in this team rolls me a stamina.
Oh no.
Oh, see, who was stupid
course I
throwing a
got rid of
respirator now?
Damn, I thought about getting. Oh, fuck you and your cushy hospital job.
It was like $40.
All right.
Well, I meant that you're not here right now being subjected to spores more than that
Alright,
you can
yeah.
afford one. Like, I could have purchased one, it just didn't seem like a thing that I would have being a native of this place.
Yeah. All right. So it would be not easy to get one of those in this place situation. You guys, meanwhile, run off to the Medi Center. You come up in white upper tiles and desks. He brings you over to a workstation where he says, "Now, we must deploy my research. The anagathics are going to be the only solution viable for the ones who have already been infected. But I have devised a method. It is only of limited time value, but in the event of any releases, it should make the people here safe for about a year." And he's like,
Is it aerosol as well?
yes, it is aerosolized. However, we do have another way to force it through the pipes. You see, there is another method of delivery which allows one to move fluids about. And gases, with the right tinkering. Really quickly, Max, roll me your observation.
Sure. Two hits.
Yeah, so it occurs to you, if he can use this to spread his vaccination, if there was a very thorough failsafe, it could use the same method.
What?
If he can use the method he's describing to help people, then the people who sabotage this place could use their method to hurt it.
That's an excellent point. I'll be like, have you checked it to make sure there isn't, I don't know, various spores in it?
He's like, oh, well, I mean, a complete check of all of those pipes. I mean, that would take over a week.
Do they have a week?
At the station, nothing's been checked properly. Everything is falling apart intentionally for this experiment.
He's like, well, I don't suppose that it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they've done anything. Look, we should be fine. The only spores that I can verify existing here are the ones in the air filtration system. However, I did find and manage to get into the isolation ward several victims who had begun undergoing what appeared to be a similar condition. It didn't look quite like what they showed me, but I suppose they weren't telling me the truth. That's why I got them away, confirmed they weren't contagious, and we're making the anagathics for them right now. They've been sent over, some of them, and the doctors and nurses here are working on the rest. I need to
You
make
have the
the
research on you,
aerosolization.
right?
He's like, yes, of course, but I need to be careful.
Has anybody else seen it? Like, have we verified that it actually does what you're saying it does?
Of course that other people have seen it, but I managed to delete the files on my way out. I've stolen it. As far as I'm aware, this is the only complete record of my plans. I'm sorry, I can't let you see it. I can't let anybody else have a copy of this. I intend to destroy it after I'm done synthesizing this countermeasure.
Why would you destroy it when others could do
Use
what
it?
you're doing, but better?
No. The risk is too great.
All right, fine. Do what you must.
So yeah, he starts doing his work, and you believe that if he does what he says he's going to do, he's going to produce like lots of tubes full of something that should help people, and that he wants to put into a separate method to spread airily
How long
across.
is it going to take him to make those?
It's probably going to take like an hour, hence why someone had to go handle their end sooner. But then he also made sure when he got here that the stuff had been put to the people. So right now, the air filter situation is taken care of. The people in the annexation ward are being sent the anagathics that he thinks they need to take to survive. And he's working on the more or less vaccine that he wants to pipe throughout the air ducts. Not using the life support, but literally just like the tubes that run around and it's a pretty extreme measure, but it should function to get his agent where it's going.
I would say, how can we make sure that those pipes are, to any extent, clean?
He's like, it would take over a week of manually checking them. I mean, in theory, a time-released bomb or remote detonated bomb full of this gas or spore could be anywhere. Anywhere in the system. We don't crack open most of the modules that Wayland Yutani sends us.
Are any of them
It's really unsuspicious for a guy who literally knows that they had a bioagent here they were testing. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
are
well,
any,
Well,
Are
I mean,
any-
it's like the maintenance guys don't crack open every module they get sent. That would be voiding the warranty. What are you asking about?
are any of them recent? Are any of them...
I don't
Some-
know. I'm
some-
not a maintenance worker here. I've just gathered what information I can. You learn more from the administrator.
Matthias, do you know the administrator at all well? Or Marshall, do you think you could potentially help us here, figuring out which ones might be more
Marshall's
recent than others?
Well, one, you could get on the horn and radio him. Two, you could get on the radio and call the other guy. But yeah, Mathers is right here. And Mathers would say, I'm going to be honest, I very much doubt that anything that said do not open was opened by the maintenance workers. They probably installed them wherever they were going. They could be
We
disguised as
know a
anything.
time frame. God damn it. Can you go find a maintenance worker or somebody in charge of a maintenance worker? Please, go do something. God.
He's like,
My character desperately tries to get this man out of the room.
Yeah, that's gonna be a -4 manipulate. Oh, okay, yeah, you
Okay,
do. All right, yeah. So so he's like, I mean, would he leave the room when it's just fog, the old man smoking? Well, I guess he would. Yeah, I guess he's like,
oh my god.
I guess he does. He's like, all right, listen, I can put the word out. I'll be back. He runs outside and he starts yelling at the people who are around. And then you get a hit on your radio, Avery. And it says, hey. Miss Fogg? I found that guy. Yeah, he says he wants to meet you in person.
Oh, excellent. Tell him to wait for an hour.
Oh, it's really urgent. He probably can't wait very long.
Oh, where are you?
I'm in the shuttle bay.
Interesting. I'll be there. Thank you. My character says, making a very sarcastic, very visibly sarcastic look at everybody around her. Sorry about that. It was
Everyone around her, there's like all 2 people.
she puts her hand in her pocket. Sorry about that. That was oh god. Before I knew what was going on, I might have made some arrangements to try and find you, but obviously none of that actually makes. And before she finishes the sentence, she's going to shoot the doctor.
Oh my fucking god, I
All
knew
right,
it.
give me that attack roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot Avery.
Oh shit! Roll me a mobility roll off.
I've
Mobility
seen
roll
this
off.
coming. Oh, I don't want to shoot her before she shoots him. I want to shoot her right after he.
Oh,
shoots
never mind then. Yeah, Avery,
God.
Avery, you tag the doctor both into damage.
Damn straight I do.
Lucky this was a 2 health doctor. And roll me your panic. Your gun is empty.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, that actually worked out super conveniently for
2
me.
panics, huh? Oh wow. Look at that.
Yeah. By the way, your bullet pierces one of these tanks and puts a hole in it. And like the stuff that he had prepared begins to gush out over him, and he coughs a bit, winding up, hitting the ground as it just like overtakes him. Meanwhile, Max, you shoot Avery.
Yes, I do.
What did you get with your gun? Or make
Let's find out. I'm gonna push that.
We're both using service pistols. This is amazing.
I hit you once.
Amazing. You do. I don't have any armor.
Both of
Okay.
us
And then I run out of
freak the fuck
ammo.
out.
Yeah, okay, so I'm assuming, yeah, okay, so both her and the old man are up at 1.
But Lee,
Yes?
wait. Am I up next?
When do we get to come into the room or do something else? It hasn't been our turn for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, hold on. So, like, the issue is you guys are pretty far from each other. Just...
Okay, I mean, just tell us, like, if we're not going to be in this conflict at all. I'm just wondering, like, are we going to do anything before the end of session, or, like, are we done?
You
Like,
will probably do something before the end of the session. But you're probably not going to arrive at this room in time.
Okay.
Yeah, Avery, what would you do?
I turned the nozzle on my Lysol, which was in, of course, my other trench coat pocket.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
Are you moving into
Yeah.
melee range for this one?
Yes. Yeah.
Alright.
I am.
Alright. Give me that close combat with your Lysol.
Let's see.
You see the burn of what looks sort of like a cutting torch coming out of that Lysol for some reason as you
I'm
feel
shocked.
it burn your flesh. And roll me half armor, except I don't think you have armor.
I don't have armor, but if this is a close combat, don't I get to roll to contest?
If you take a half action off of your next one, you can roll a contested close combat. Actually, wait a
Yeah.
minute. You can only block. Are you unarmed?
Well, my
Technically,
gun's
it's
not loaded because I ran out of ammo.
Okay, I'll let you like block, but you will be slagging your gun if you succeed. Because technically speaking, you can only block unarmed if you don't have anything out to block with. But yeah, you're blocking with your gun right now. Give me your close combat.
Yes, it's a,
Yeah, I'll go for it. Probably gonna fail anyway, but it's worth a shot. Hey!
Okay, so your
I
gun
just
is
like,
a
throw my gun at the Lysol can.
your gun is a melted mess. It is your turn. You are engaged with an enemy in melee, and you have and you only have a slow or fast action because you had to use a fast action to dodge or to block.
All right, I imagine I can just try to soccer a good one.
You can just try and roll close combat, just punch her in the fucking face if you want.
damn
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a
I am
better option
very
at this point.
flexible.
I'm not good at close combat, but fuck it.
Let's see. Oh,
Okay.
Hey!
Pat, do you block him?
I'm gonna push that because I don't think one is enough.
no, that's not good
How
for
much
me.
damage does his unarmed attack do?
If it gets through, at least 1.
Well, there we go. I'm feeling much better about it now.
Oh wait,
Damn.
wait a minute. Can you push strength twice? Oh no, never mind.
No, I only pushed it once. The first one was to block.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
Pat, you wanna block back?
Yeah, at this point, I definitely have to. I don't think there's much of
Well,
a chance.
and that's watching like two people who don't really know how to combat fight in close quarters. It's like watching people slap fight to the death.
Yeah, this is
Nerd
hilarious.
fight. Oh shit! I forgot I had medical tools. I could have used them to do some stabbery.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Too late.
That's not good for me.
That's good for me though.
You sock her one, and she is out cold. As Matthias walks back in, gun out, deputies behind him, screaming, "What the fuck is happening in here? Holy
I
shit!"
mean, like, I don't know. She just shot
Hmm.
him, and so I shot her, and then she
Here's the-
tried to attack me with a blowtorch,
You know that
which looked like a Lysol can.
you-
So I
you-
punched her.
You know that tank that like there's like a bullet went through earlier? The
Mhm.
stuff that's jutting out of there kind of has filled this room. Give me a quick stamina.
Does my mask help at all?
Yeah, actually, you don't roll the stamina, and Pat's wearing one as well. Actually, only this guy rolls that stamina. And he's like, as you're explaining shit to him, he hits the dirt, and like the deputies like back out of the room, but then they also hit the dirt, and like doctors start screaming, saying, "Get some masks on." Dr. Wolf, in this chaos, what would you do?
Well, first, I think someone's. Oh no! It looks like her mask slipped off when I punched her. I move her mask aside,
All right, roll me a stamina,
and then I
Pat.
go up to. And then I go up to the old man, and I'm like, terribly sorry about all this. And then I kind of rifle through his pockets looking for his research.
He's got his bioscanner. He's got several floppy disk drives. You're going to have to roll me an observation to fully be sure you've got everything.
All right.
A hit. All right. He looks like he's starting to take ill. By the way, he's like, the condensed stuff at point blank is powerful, but I'll be fine.
Okay, I gotta push that
All right.
as well.
And then you start to take everything in his pockets. He's like, oh Christ, Dr. Wolf, what are you doing?
Curse your son did inevitable betrayal.
No, Wolf, what are you doing?
I'm going to be, as I'm rifling through his pockets, I'm going to be, what do I need to do to stop this?
He's like, yes, you need to, this device, you need to, and he basically will walk you through, making, a full batch, and you have to replace the one that's been taken down, and then get them into the pipes.
Alright. Well, I find the thing, and then I panic at whatever a 9 is.
You drop an item. You drop, you drop your slagged gun, and it hits one of these pipes, and it, blasts off, adding more smoke to the room. This dude finally succumbs. Based on what he was telling you, he just, a lot at close range is going to hurt, but he's going to be fine long-term. Knowing that, what does Dr. Wolf do in this scenario? It sounds like people are coming.
I now have the research. I might as well try to save these people.
All right. Roll me a Comtech +4. Meanwhile, the other group, you guys have finished up with your end of the bargain, but you not unscathed. You presumably
Oh my god!
Oh, unfortunately, Dr. Wolf, it should seem that something about this just doesn't match up. You never were quite into the Anna-Agathics as he wasn't. Oh my, the update doesn't seem to be right. You don't think you're going to be able to make more of this, and you're down to 1 tube out of 4, and he wanted more. Uh-oh. By the way, yeah, so you three, you've made it out. You're basically out into, the halls or whatever, and you feel, a racking cough overcome you. You feel like the unholy V8 has sort of floated up some of your nostrils. You're not quite sure what's happened. Francois...
Like, aren't we saw the black spores fly out in a cloud. We breathed them in.
Okay, yeah.
Now we're coughing. Said that they were an agent of sickness. How would we not connect these very obvious dots?
All right, yeah. You know what's happening, but you don't know,
Yeah, so we're probably gonna haul ass.
Yeah, do you haul ass to the meta center?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's A, a treatment place, and B, our rendezvous point, or at least where the other half of the people we know are.
Yeah, you arrive, the deputies are like, oh, hey, Jean-Pierre, I think Matthias is looking for you. And then you guys walk into a no longer gassy room where a man with a bullet wound who's bled all over the place, aka the terrorist you came to get, is here.
Still alive?
Yeah, he is still alive, although he is presently unconscious. And Avery Fogg, you wake up while Max is doing his work. You are up at 1. Max, make me an observation to notice that before it happens.
I was hoping to slip out and mist. I mean, fog.
Oh my god.
Oh, thank you for everyone made the bloop. Lamp, thank you for the raid.
Man,
Yeah. Roll me a mobility, Avery.
Okay.
It keeps
I'm
it.
gonna push that. Okay, that's a
All right,
tie.
well, comes out. Dr. Wolf, you notice, but only as she's slipping out the door. Do you try and stay in here, or do you go after her?
I mean, I got the research. I got what I'm here for.
All right, so
Also, she's infected now, I'm reasonably certain, because I took her mask off in the middle of the cloud.
you got although the stuff here isn't bad, it's just going to make you sick for a while, according to this dude, if you trust him.
Oh, I thought this was the bad stuff.
No, this isn't bad.
I would
It's
have
the
kept her
cure for
then.
the bad stuff. It's the
You-
cure.
you- Yeah, you opened my mask for the cure of the thing that my company is totally
I
going
mean,
to
it's temporarily disorientating, but
Oh.
So do they see Avery leaving with a wound?
I would say that the deputies, actually, one of the doctors will mention that, there's a woman in a trench coat. It looks like she's been shot. She's leaving. Someone go get her. Orderlies. We don't have orderlies available. Where are the deputies? Where are the deputies?
Yeah.
You guys would see
I'll-
like a bouquet of like crumpled deputies outside.
Yeah. Let me just do this command check, see if they can do it.
Well, like to the orderlies.
Oh, the deputies.
Oh, well, the deputies who are here are like passed out because they went in behind Matthias. You see him on the floor.
Okay, well, I'll try to get the orderlies going and then see about that. I'll toss the medkit to Crane, let her know if it needs to be done, and then I'll try to find this person who ran out.
All right. Chief Francois says, "Look, I don't know what's happening here, but I need to get back to the nuclear reactor." And yeah. No, I don't think so.
Hey, land freedom redeemed, and it's dangerous to go alone for a randomly selected player, or possibly a bucket. Who knows?
All right. I see 4 players. I'm rolling a d4, reading left to right. Dangerous to go alone for. Yeah. So Jean Pierre, you managed to see a suggestion of the path that Avery has taken through the tunnels. But yeah, here's a question, Pat. Where are you headed?
Well, my character is actually lingering around to finish the job that she was assigned in the very beginning, which is to say, kill the doctor.
Okay, so yeah, you find that she is lingering somewhere near the meta center. But like, all right, here's a question: Dr. Wolf and Annalisa, you're here. Do you guys join Jean-Pierre when he goes looking for Avery? Everyone here is adequately medically cared to. If nothing bad happens to them, they will not be further hurt.
Okay, yeah, but like,
I'll
who's
explain-
making the fucking? I'm like looking at the machine that looks very, very broken. Like, I'm sorry, is the guy who actually knows how to make new things awake yet? Can we get him awake? Like, where's the fucking adrenaline?
You can roll medical care to force him up. And yeah, there's adrenaline
Plus
here.
2, I gave you my medkit.
Oh yeah, there's
I have a med kit, so we're good. I mean, I feel like there's just med kit stuff available around here in an infirmary.
yeah.
I
so
barely did it.
you get him up at 1, and he's like, "Oh no, I must produce more of the solution. This is terrible. More of it has been lost. Oh no, what happened? Why did she shoot me?"
I don't know.
Wait.
She's a Wayland Yutani person.
You guys hear something come on the radio, on Martha's radio, saying, "Hey, why is the captain here? She's saying that she's ignoring our quarantine order. She says we're to you hear someone in the background say, "Stand down or we'll shoot." The radio goes silent. Jean-Pierre, you see on the far side of the infirmary from you, it looks like the Marines are here.
Well then, do I see Avery?
You know the direction she's in, but you'd need to go after her rather than back for everyone else. Or you could radio everyone else that this is happening.
I'm gonna radio them, let them know we need to get going. Is the doctor fine?
We can't get going. He needs to make more product. Like,
The
everyone is
Marines
still
are here and they're gonna start killing
The
people.
captain is trying to revenge.
And Elisa, the Marines are here to put this under wraps.
I don't know what part of everyone is going to die is being missed here, but like, no antidote. Like, right?
Well,
Am I missing something?
okay. So what this was was a
Or
vaccine.
is this for-
This is the vaccine.
Okay.
So technically speaking, the cure's been made and sent to the only people who he thinks had it.
Yeah, but we don't know if there's another source of the contagion. It could
Right.
be in other places, right?
Yeah, it could be.
How long is it going to take them to make more?
Probably 30 minutes.
Okay, so we really probably can't hold this place that long against actual Marines.
Your odds seem slim.
Yeah.
The doctors are being told to stop doing what they're doing. They're yelling outside. You could still slip out if you go now, but the good doctor seems to want to stay.
Well, I guess
Well,
I'm
good
gonna
luck.
stop wherever that is.
I'm going to do one last command here. What the doctor letting him know is that he can't stay here. He needs to go. More importantly, what's been happening has happened, but the truth needs to get out.
He says, yes, it does. I had something in my lab coat, but, I think I passed out. But Dr. Wolf, did you, relieve me of some things in my coat?
No, you must be misremembering all the commotion. It was,
But then,
before I was able to tag her.
but then where's my golden floppy disk? It's the one that has the proof. We need to get the truth out.
Yeah, guess what?
Well,
Doctor, you can tell I'm nervous. It's like, Doctor, she probably took it. Let's go.
He's like, we need to find her. And yeah, he's willing to leave with you
Look at
guys.
Dr. Wolf, and I'm like, why would he remember you taking it if you didn't take it? I'm like, want to turn over your pockets there, Doc?
Amazing.
like, we don't have time for this. We're about to get killed.
So,
I'm pretty sure you have time to empty your pockets. It's a lot easier than making a 30-minute cure.
yeah, and also going to mention to the doctor is we got hit with some of that stuff. Does he have anything for us?
He says, oh, no, you need the anagethics. You must make it to the... There's more. I've made a surplus, but it's in the isolation ward.
Oh, great. So we can't leave. Damned if we do, damned if we don't.
Get the doctor into the ship. You help me. Tell me where to go.
Alright, so you're trying to bring the doctor with you.
Yeah, I'm going to bring the doctor with me, and then Annalisa. If the doctor tells you where it is, can you bring it back to the ship? Probably, you
what?
know this place a lot better than I do.
Analgesic? That is it the isolation ward? What is he telling me where it is? Don't we know where everything is?
Alright, so...
Where is the isolation ward?
I mean, it's in the medical center, right?
Yeah, so... It looks like, the Marines are here. But yes, the isolation ward is here. Your shuttle is back here.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna sneak to the isolation ward and grab some cure.
Okay, and you're going to go it alone?
I mean, I don't think anyone else is around, and also they're less stealthy than I am, and this area is full of Marines.
Alright, yeah. So you break off and give me a mobility. And the posse, what are you guys gonna head just like north through the tunnels?
Yeah.
That was terrible.
Also grabbing the other marshal too.
Alright, so you're like dragging him unconsciously behind you.
Yeah. Actually, I have nap relief. Wouldn't that wake him up?
No,
No,
brought him
never
down.
just de-stresses you. Maybe never sleep.
Never sleep
would,
light.
but
Yeah, do you never sleep?
No.
Come here.
Alright, he does, if you guys wanted to make a medical aid, that could slap him awake. But, yeah, so you guys move north. Annalisa has obtained some of the cure. When you're in there, by the way, Madeline, you see that some of the people, it almost looks like their skin has, like, receded inside of their body in some parts of them.
ugh.
And there's, like, the flesh is, like, entirely, like, jet black. But also, they're beginning to, like, their eyes are turning red, and they're becoming a little bit more, like, pale-skinned. And they don't look like they're getting better in, like, the sense of being healthier, but, you know, push half the time. Okay, yeah, so you get him up in half the time. He's awake. He's up at 2. He's like, oh, wow. God, what's happened?
We're running. Let's go.
He's like, running? From who?
Marines are going to cover this up.
Oh, God. So, yeah, and, alright, so they're running. They like, find, like, an alley to slap him in. Lots of people see this. Annalisa, you get the goods. You see it. Presumably you take one yourself? Or not? Up
I
to
mean,
you.
how many? What? take one of what? If it's the cure, obviously I take it. That was the entire reason I came here. And
Yes,
do I know how many doses I need for like 3 people?
A single dose per person. Like the other people there will tell you, like, you have a 2? Just a single dose is what we took, but after a little while it started to do this to us. And they gesticulate to the fact that their like hair is turning white and everything.
Oh, fuck! What? Ugh. Okay, well, how bad was it when you had the disease?
And they'll, are you asking them how long they had the disease?
No, how bad was it when they had the disease?
They'll, they point to like they point to the like concave parts of their skin, and they're like, it was like my body was crumpling like paper, and like you can see they're horribly physically disfigured, and several of them are in braces or like in like can't get out of bed. And one of them who like
I snatch it up and cure for the marshal, the engineer guy, if I can find him, and me.
Alright, you got the cure, and do you take it? Do you take one for yourself? Like, do you consume one?
Like right now?
Yeah.
How do I feel?
Coffee in the chest, but otherwise fine.
And I guess I'd ask them quickly, like, does taking it sooner? When did you guys take it?
They're like, we just took it now. The doctor said it would stop it from getting any worse than it already was, but it wouldn't reverse anything.
I immediately take the cure. Thank you.
All right, yeah. Now, will you give me one more mobility to sneak past the Marines?
Yep. Danger zone. Yeah.
I guess we see her at the shuttle before we do.
Yeah, I mean, here's the real question. Annalisa, do you know that the engineer went back for the reactor? Do you swing by? Do you take a little bit longer to swing by?
I guess I check in on the radio once I'm out of range of the Marines and be like, hey, like, how long do I have in terms of, the shuttle?
By this time, you guys are, like, here near East Dining. I wonder where the captain went. And, it's gonna take you, like, if you spin around to the north, like, just under an hour if you're running.
Okay, that
You got about
information
an hour.
means... But I don't understand how that relates to my thing.
It's
Like,
gonna
I
take
don't know...
right now. It'll take you an hour and a half to get there. If you do the shortcut, it could take you upwards of 2 hours. Actually, no. Wait a minute. You have a pretty straight shot. Yes, because you're actually here. Wait a minute. No, never mind. You can make it there in the same time if you take the shortcut, actually. It's more that they had to retreat from the Marines. So you can effect a simultaneous arrival. Yeah.
Wait, where's the engineer?
He is at the main reactor.
Okay, cool. So I can do both.
Hmm.
So yeah, then I'd swing by and give him a vial of the cure.
He's like, thank you, but what's going to happen with you? Where are you guys going?
Away.
He's like, how do you think
Yes.
how do you think the Marines decided to come to the meta center? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I'm bringing the reactor down off the overdrive. We'll be able to send people out now, and I can't run this risk any longer. I'm dying for sleep. I'm overrun on never sleep. And he's like, starting to like bring down the power output of the reactor
Oh god.
from the vastly overjuiced to
Yeah.
overjuiced but within safety regulations. And then I'm assuming you head back up north to meet up with the gang.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what happens. The posse arrives from the north. Annalisa arrives from the south. What you see is a civilian shuttle is gone, and a prison shuttle is here. You see a squad of Marines is holding down this area, and the storm shutter above is shut.
Whoa.
Oof.
Oof, indeed. Oof in chat, even. So yeah. What you gonna do with that information?
Well, is there a way for me to circle? Well, I guess no. We have hand radios. I can just coordinate with the parties. Be like, So, I mean, this is clearly FUBAR, and I feel like we're people here, but we could bluff. I mean, they probably do know about the bioagent.
Well, they might not know about the bioagent. They might just know they're supposed to kill and deal people. They don't. I don't know if they cue Marines in on all that stuff.
Okay, so the game plan is we bluff our way in.
I mean,
love it.
also, is
Marines are on lockdown, but I do have the authority to bypass them if they don't notice I have the doctor, right?
Right, if they don't notice that you have the wanted terrorist.
Mathers, your coat.
party, like, Avery is gone now, right? She's not with the other side of the party?
No.
No, but Avery is, Hey, Pat. Oh my gosh. Well, here's the thing. Pat, make me a retroactive mobility.
You got it. I'm not able to push that.
Alright, so, you, to the north, you guys see, uh-oh, is that Avery? She seems to have followed you.
What panic does Avery get? I'm hoping it's because she screams or drops something on her foot.
It's the, what is that, not drop item?
I think so.
Yeah, you, drop your gun, which I assume you had in hands to, you know, finish your business.
Probably.
Their shuttle is on the northeastern pad. Yours is in the southwestern.
Well, then,
Mine is in the southwest, or the Marshall's is, sorry.
The Marshall's one is in the southwestern. Okay. The northeastern is...
I did not have a ride off this rock. It's not going as well as I planned. Says my character who didn't actually plan for any of this to happen.
So people, you guys see her to your north. What would you do about that fact?
She dropped her gun?
Yeah.
Huh.
Bear in mind, you are in, like, spine over the crate range of the Marines.
I'm thinking is we just go ahead and try to bypass the Marines right now.
Well, but isn't she going to come right behind us and blow our fucking cover? Like, immediately? With malice and forethought?
Yes, unless we can somehow get a distraction going. Actually, wait. I got candy bars. Can I just get some of those people to go and harass her if I give all the other 9 candy bars away?
The thing is that, like, you guys are in that one tunnel where I mentioned there aren't other people. That would have worked in any other tunnel, but this, like, the ones right to the landing pads aren't filled because it has, like, it's like, yeah, it's terrible, and people are kept out of there for security reasons.
And can you tell us where the, like, I think you said the ceiling was secured such that we couldn't just fly out of it? Like, where's the switch to open that for planning purposes?
You know that is in the administrator's office.
Oh, great. And that's on the north side of the landing pad.
Indeed.
You'll have to be that's going. My character probably doesn't say because she's not within talking range of anybody. But you're thinking it.
Alright, so, for this map purposes, please just assume that the, darkness of the void is wall.
Okay.
Entirely fair. Wow, I'm just standing there in the middle of this hallway?
No.
Or in the middle of...
I'm still speed mapping. But
Okay.
there's a fairly unresolved situation. Like, you guys just, like, look back at her, she looks at you. Like, you don't really have time to formulate a plan. Like, you know she's there, she just dropped her gun, which she presumably immediately goes to pick back up. Like, what course of action?
Immediately back
hands
to
are
her.
hitting the wall.
Oh, thank goodness I got that. So, let's go. Let's see. Cool.
Please don't scream. Please don't scream. Okay,
I don't-
nervous twitch.
Alright, so, if that's a me, then Bish, you know what I'm about to do. Which is to say, push the fuck out of that.
Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
that's
Hold on,
right.
wait,
Yeah.
what? I don't understand what's going on here. Are people trying to beat the shit out of each other?
I'm going to go and right
The
hook her.
marshal is wrestling her into consciousness. If we can, I don't know.
So you got 2 successes, and I got 2 successes, and we both panic, and I dropped something.
Alright, Avery, you drop your Lysol can.
Item, by the way. Sorry?
You drop your Lysol can.
Oh, fuck, that's
Oh,
bad.
Yeah, so, what is your, I mean, like, alright, so here's the thing. You guys engage in a physical melee scuffle in which objects strike and hit the ground.
Brain's definitely here.
Yeah, a Marine goes, "What was that?" And one of them goes, "Must have been the wind." And the other was like, "The fuck do you mean, the wind? It was just an AC override. Go check that shit out." And I will now finally populate the Marines into the fucking map.
None of us want the Marines taking you, so I might have fucked up, but
Can I take the distraction they pose the opportunity to sneak to the shuttle?
Sure.
Man, I wish I knew how to sneak.
Let me just crate up this area.
Take me with
damn.
Well, I
Stick me in
mean,
your
I can't
backpack.
get out yet. We need someone to raise the roof. Or, I mean, I guess, I don't know if you could ram it, but that seems dangerous.
All right, so you want to create a distraction.
What?
I thought you said make a distraction. Oh, you just want to sneak up?
No, I said I was using their distraction as an opportunity to sneak to
Oh.
the shuttle.
Oh yeah, no, you get to the shuttle. The fire team that was towards the center is responding to the north anyway. Yeah, you slip by. Speaking of which, everyone to the north, if you want to try and desperately hide, like going down the stairs or something, you could roll mobility. Otherwise, all 4 of these Marines are about to see you.
I will try to desperately hide and will fail tragically.
Yeah. Amazing.
All right, you freeze.
I can kind
Avery.
of hide a little bit.
All right, so Jean-Pierre, you hide a bit back. Dr. Wolf, you hide a bit back. Marshall Mathers puts his hands up and walks forward and says, "Hey, listen, we need to have a conversation about this." And they're like, "What do you mean? That fucking tech junkie showed the captain footage of you guys running around with a known terrorist. You're clearly colluding." He's like, "Listen, it's not what
No
it seems.
collusion.
It's not what it seems." And they're like, yeah, whatever. Tell it to the captain. Hands up. And he's like, all right. I have a gun on my hip. Listen. And he goes through the process. He looks like he's surrendering.
Can I turn the shuttle on, or does it have weapons?
Are you gonna do a
The shuttle
Anakin
has
episode 1?
the shuttle has a light railgun turret.
Oh.
But yeah, so the Marshal Matthias Mathers is surrendering. Avery Fogg is seen, and one of them walks up, and they're
My
like,
hands are up on my head, and I say, I'm not affiliated with them. In fact,
I guess I'm gonna hand radio the Martian. I'm gonna be like, so do you want me to try to kill them and disable the shuttle? What's our plan here?
he makes like a very visible face.
No, I'm talking to.
Oh,
I'm hand radioing our
okay.
Marshal, Jean Pierre. I don't think I have Well, actually, I probably do know Matthias, but I think he'd be a
Yeah.
weird situation for him to talk.
I was thinking of using that railgun to burst through the door.
Which door?
The one above us.
Oh, like the shutter.
Not really a door. But
It's a ceiling door.
would it work?
Yes, it would take a lot of time and ammo, and what you'd have to do, you can't, if you just shoot out the thing above you, it would crash onto you. But there are 2 unoccupied pads and 1 occupied pad, and the whole space in the middle, where you could just damage the shutter terribly, and bear in mind they have no, like, replacement shutter or anything on hand, and then you would begin to expose this area to not great atmospheric conditions, but that wouldn't be an immediate issue. As long as you held your breath.
Finish the inoculation of the citizenry.
But yeah, you could shoot. So you could shoot a hole and fly out through it. Flying out through a shot hole. Now that is a piloting test.
Guess who has the pilot?
I mean, it's probably fine, but I mean, that seems like a bad idea for reasons like I care about this colony. Well, I mean, at least some of the people in it.
That's why I'm going to say hold off, because that thing is very powerful.
Okay, look, you need to get to the switch then. Like, we cannot get out of here without someone opening that. And I am, currently in the shuttle. I guess I could try to get out, sneak across the entire room, but, like, I don't see that happening.
Stay in the shuttle.
While this is happening, by the way, Avery Fogg, I'm assuming that you comply with their demands to step forward, hands up.
Naturally. Will they permit me to put my Lysol can in my pocket again?
Give me a manipulate -2.
Naturally, I'm totally surrendering. Can I keep my weapons?
You can push it. You might drop catatonic, but you can push it. Roll me that panic.
Oh my god, you have so much stress.
Now, that's flee, isn't it?
Fuck me. I'm dead.
You seek cover. You must use your next action to move away from danger and find a safe spot if possible. You move back behind this crate, and like 2 of these Marines are going to shoot at you.
Oh, fuck.
The worst
This is
panic ever.
This must be how Dr. Smith felt every time Dr. Smith was on screen.
Acting with a giant banana.
Fuck me. What? Only 1 success?
No, that's nonsense.
That's wrong.
Well,
I
only
think-
1 die charge. Yeah, it's like
That's the other one.
Do I get a mobility to try and
roll me. No, you can't dodge bullets. Roll me D66.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
38. All right. So.
Ooh, you know what? I didn't roll a D66 last time I went down.
Yeah,
Oops.
but he had non-lethally punched you. Also,
Okay.
that's not how you. That's
At least you
rolling
didn't get the
66.
second one, but yeah.
That was just a rolling 66. If you just type that in, it'll just say whatever number back out.
Yeah, I know.
Also, wait, no, Pat. Again, there is no 38 because you're not actually. It's 2d6. If you're gonna manually roll it rather than click the button, just roll 2d6. All right.
I'm dead.
I think
63. You're disemboweled. You very messily die.
Nope.
Oh no!
Avery Fogg is no more.
All
She
right.
died messily too. That's like her worst nightmare.
Yeah, I know. Damn. I was complying too, and I would have if it weren't for you meddling kids and also my finicky fucking nerves.
Yeah.
Yeah, if only taking a nap relief.
Or hadn't
all
tried
right.
to grab my.
Okay, so it is Zanzibar. All right, so basically, so like you have one party member in the shuttle. The Marines are here. You hear the sound of like gunfire, and I'm gonna say anybody who witnesses that murder, aka Annalisa, I think you grow up by stress because you see someone get killed. Like,
Okay.
even if it's not someone you like. You guys. So does the posse head back and try and reach the admin office?
Yeah, we're gonna try to do that, get that going, and then go.
Do you bring the known terrorist with you?
No, I'm gonna keep him with Wolf and go into the office.
All right, Wolf, are you going to hang back with your old colleague? Here's a question: how are you guys moving? So he's taking off his coat and everything. But you are moving around. These places are, after you exit this hallway, stuffed. Or you could keep him in this hallway and go ahead alone.
I had him replace his coat with Matthias.
Yeah, you
So
replaced his
there's
coat.
that. I don't know. I'm thinking of keeping him in that safe place he was in with Wolf. While I go into the administration office and then go.
Okay. You go to the admin office. SIZ admin. And yeah, you see there's lots of people here. They're looking kind of huddled, and when Administrator Malcolm Daub sees you, he hits something on his keyboard several times, and then stands up and opens his door and says, "John, Pierre, there's something I'd like to discuss with you at once." He looks concerned.
I'll go up to him and ask.
Okay.
What is it?
Max, you see a squad of Marines is moving around the halls, and one of them says, "Admin office, en route."
Oh no.
I get on my radio and like real quick.
Great.
Yeah, you notice at the corner of your eye, Jean-Pierre, the communications director, Ernest Finch, comes up and gets right up against the milk machine. And the administrator, Malcolm Daub, is like, "So, Jean-Pierre, about the going investigation. I've recently received new information, and it's a whole packet, so if you have some sort of way of...
For the switch?
Where's the-
Well, this guy is monologuing to stall.
Yeah, obviously. So, where's the switch?
It is, like... So, it's something that's controlled, by, like, the computers here. Technically speaking, any of them could do it, but his has the override key that you cannot block. So if anybody's trying to hold it from opening, he can override it from only his office computer. So you need to get into his office and, like, type a quick command. It's not going to be a Comtech or anything.
I'm going to do that and then haul ass.
Alright, he's going to try and physically block you. Roll me a close combat.
Okay.
You knock him aside. He's like, you collaborated with the known terrorist, Jean-Pierre, what are you doing? And Jean-Pierre, you run in, you hit the button, you're running back out, and Communications Director Ernest Finch, from his pose, as you're running, he aims and shoots his gun at your back.
Ooh.
He misses entirely, blowing out a computer and...
Oh god, we're gonna panic.
The glass... the glass hits the people nearby. The bullet tags one of these people. There's blood, there's confusion, there's pain, there's screaming. There's about to be a stampede in this room. Roll me a mobility to get out as everyone starts to go for the doors.
Okay, come on, good rolls.
No whammies.
He screams, "You ruined it! Why did you have to find it? Why?" And, Jean, you managed to deuces. Annalisa is by now seeing that the shutters are opening up. Jean-Pierre makes it back to the posse. The posse makes it back to here. It looks like the fire team has, like, secured the body and determined it is in fact dead, and they're bringing out a body bag for her, and they are on high alert.
So I'm like, time to fire now? I ask to my hand radio of Jean-Pierre.
Do it.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess I want to
One
turn
thing.
the shuttle on, swivel around, and kind of unload in that direction.
Amazing, yeah. So, people
Once
do,
that thing explodes, we run and don't stop.
people do notice you doing
Can't stop,
this.
won't stop.
They don't have much time to react, though. Give me a ranged combat with a modifier of 1.
Okay.
I feel like it might be better than that. Right, no, you roll it with a 1, and if it's more, I'll give you more base dice. Yeah, either way, so what's your target? Just their shuttle or also them?
Both.
Alright, is a vehicle weapon, so you don't hit all of them, but at least one of them explodes into a pile of gore. They, like, hit the deck, shrapnel begins to fly everywhere, massive bullet holes are punched, and as you, like, point-blank hit that other shuttle, you know, that Alien Covenant moment where the little gas thing in it gets ruptured happens, and some explosions and fire begin. The shrapnel from shot-up crates and metal damage them, even if most of the railgun rounds don't hit them. And a lot of people are dead, including Matthias Mathers, who is missing half of his brain, splattered across the ground. You roll a panic as you murder that man, as you see that you have killed him.
Apparently, I keep it together for that one. That doesn't bother me.
Who cares, really? You know, yeah, he was
an ass.
Yeah, so
I didn't know.
You just gotta bust a cap in a guy.
He was originally planning to escape on the Orpheus instead of helping to save people. I mean, I guess I'm escaping now instead of helping to save people, but whatever. I'm not a hero.
yeah. So as you're running, Jean-Pierre, roll me a stamina.
Oh no, you haven't had the cure yet. I've still got your dose.
You managed to power through, but you do roll that panic. You freeze. You are right at the precipice, and you look at it and you realize that what you've done. There are dead USCM Marines behind you, and you've aided and abetted a known terrorist. Life as you know it is over, and one of the Marines from a prone position fires his pulse rifle at your back as you freeze. Do you have any armor?
No.
Roll me a
give me
D66.
armor. Okay.
Okay.
What did
And he takes you and you crushes your foot. You cannot run, only crawl. You are downed. Annalise and Dr. Wolf, you see that the marshal whose shuttle you're in and whose companions you are, has just been shot by the Marines, who are beginning to try and mount a resistance. Annalisa, you could fire on them again to ruin them even more. And
Can I do that without hitting the marshal?
yeah, because of yeah, you're firing well over him due to
Okay,
how it is
I
set up.
fire again.
All right. Okay. 5. You absolutely kill this guy. The explosion fires get even worse as like a little rocket of something flies out of it on fire, perhaps some sort of fluid, and just like the crates go everywhere, just smoldering wreck and ruin. That's one turn. Jean-Pierre could crawl brokenly to the back of the shuttle, but he's going to need help in. Dr. Wolf, are you going to reach out? You do hear boots coming. People are about to be there. Do you guys take off?
I'm gonna last copter out of Saigon this motherfucker.
You pull him up,
Right.
and Annalisa, presumably you get off the guns and try and give us that piloting to make a
Yep.
hot escape.
It's time to get the fuck out of
Can
here.
you do a command check to help?
Yes. No, you can always speak haltering. It doesn't matter. You guys get out. Bam. All right. That is the Marshall's shuttle. You take off, and you see that the Alcatraz is in orbit, close orbit, and there are several other shuttles coming out of it. Annalisa's piloting, however, manages to take you into the shadow of the planet and slip back to your own ship, which is wisely parked a good distance away. You face a life of potentially, outlawdom, but, you have the proof, the truth, and the formula.
More
As
importantly,
Oh, and I'm like, wait, fuck, Marshall, I got your cure here. You need to take this immediately.
yeah, I'll stab it, but one thing. So, guys, how about declaring amnesty to the UPP? We have the proof that the capitalists have created a bioweapon.
you do, you have the proof in hand,
Or
and the cure. It
Or-
would turn the tables on the war effort and perhaps even force the mega corporations behind it to be disavowed by the governments paying them, which would take a step back from war preparedness. It could
Or we
diffuse the
could go to
conflict.
the sale bionational. I'm sure they'll give us lots of money.
Just gonna point at the guy in the sky, and I'm like, dude, give us the
I
fucking
think that's the
proof.
point where we end it with the credits going to
The old man smoking is like, fuck no. And then you guys, who needs to leave first for the feedback phase?
I have to get up early tomorrow. I'm back in school times.
Oh no, okay.
Oh no.
Hit me with it, Madeline.
Okay, things I liked. I thought the maps were really well done, and the sense of crowding was cool. I thought that all of the mystery stuff was interesting, and like the conflict and stuff. I mean, I don't know a lot about the alien verse, but this felt true to it. The way the twist is like, yeah, we really should have seen that coming. Like, of course, it's Wayland Yutani being the problem. Things I didn't like. I felt like, for the amount of action we had to get through later, which is possibly more interesting, like, you needed to cut the mystery a little bit to get there in time. And I think it probably would have been fine without us wandering around. Like, all the stuff we saw was interesting, but did we really need to have all of that? Maybe not. Also, if you split the party, which you made us do, both parts should be equally interesting, or at least involve more than one part just doing two roles and then being done. That was a little irritating, because I felt like we just got sidelined for no reason. Maybe that was what had to happen in a narrative, but it's not interesting to play. Things I want to see more of. I don't know. I mean, this was a cool format. I thought that especially the overarching space station setting and trying to do travel and time, there's something there that maybe you could work with more. It was a cool idea.
Yeah, I kind of let the timing thing slide to the side as I realized that it's kind of silly to have to spend hours walking around this town, isn't it? But
yeah, it does seem like it would be a more efficient way to do it. But yeah, I mean,
I feel like
there's
it's
another
the
stupid
Baseball one
sense.
effect.
no, yeah, it's good. Yeah. All right. Anything else or
I'm done.
awesome, Max? Hit me with it.
All right. I really like this. This was a classic case of first half, second half dichotomy. The first half was a bit slow, standard, walk you around, talk you around, figure things out. Second half was beautifully tense and lots of things going on. And it was 3 different points where I was reasonably certain I would die. So, but I didn't. So, everything kind of came up me in the end.
Fuck you.
I got to kill Pat.
You've always been
I really thought I was gonna lose that fight.
Oh yeah, no. When she came at you with the fucking welding torch, to be fair, it is because I interpreted your gun as a melee weapon to be blocked with.
That's true.
Otherwise, you couldn't have blocked, and she would have just shit wrecked you.
That's fair. I also got really lucky by succeeding in that block.
Yeah, his ice ball wasn't that great.
And also, I only remembered after the comp that I actually have a medical kit which acts as melee weapons, and I could have used that.
Oh
for
yeah.
much greater
You
effect.
could have scalpel parried.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
Parry my fucking flamethrower with your scalpel.
Hey, you're sterilizing the instrument.
Exactly. So, I mean, outside of that, I just think it was a really fun session. Yeah. Trying to think of more specific things to say. Yeah, I mean, the twist wasn't oh my god, what a massive shock.
Was that positive?
I
or
was
negative,
almost
or,
expecting a double twist where it's this is a thing, but turns out no, he's really just fucking crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah, right.
I feel like that almost would have been better.
Almost.
Yeah, I don't know. But aside from the twist being, not as shocking as it possibly could have been, I think it was a pretty good session.
Yay! We want to see more.
I would like to see more.
Opportunities to kill me?
I mean, it was mostly I don't mind killing Pat. I think it was the situation of it that made it so fun, less than it does actually killing Pat. I mean, she shoots a guy, and I'm like, perfect. Because I could tell you're trying to get me, you, and him alone, so you won't have to deal with a marshal. And I'm like, perfect. When she shoots him, I'll just shoot her. This is the perfect strategy. There's no way this could go wrong. But I'd just like to see more. I mean, I love when things are set on space stations. I think those are
Yeah.
constructed environment. This wasn't a space station. So more of that.
Yeah. All right. Miguel, hit me with it.
All right. Things I really like. The maps, as usual, are always great, and I actually like the sort of overworld and then inner world map. It was like an old SNES or like Genesis
Right.
RPG. So it's like, oh, okay. So now we go into Genesis Bar, and there's multiple ways to go around. We try to do the sneaking route. The mystery part was I actually enjoyed it as a sort of like back and forth and trying to be along those lines. And then when the cards got thrown on the table with the Marshal and then Janice, and we're like, okay, let's trust them. Let's see where this goes. That's actually a sort of a tense thing of like, okay, is he really telling the truth or not? And also the whole scenario was actually lots of fun along the lines of, in terms of a thriller, you don't even know if the guy's telling the truth or not. You just going in. I've been going over the briefing you posted on Discord, being like, okay, so this is what this guy did. Everything he has done has been redacted. Okay, so yeah.
All the like little clues that like maybe this isn't all add up.
Yeah, I mean, those little things are there to also be like, okay, let's see what this is. And I'm just trying to be along the lines of, okay, as I told you, my ultimate thing is just to make sure I uphold the law, make sure to bring him into justice. I was like, okay, I'm going to do that. So I had a thought of being like, well, maybe I'm going to become Miller when he is actually crazy and he's making too much sense and I shoot him. An Expanse reference. Things
Like horrors, kids.
Yeah.
Yours
Things that could be better was along the lines of like the mystery, which was interesting, but it's also along the lines of like just trying to make sure wherever we go feels like it's very important. Like you don't want to have that sort of thing, especially with a timer going on the back, where you're like, oh yeah, we have to make sure each of our actions are actually really we actually have to follow the action economy for that. So there's always that pressure to make sure we do that, right? What I would like to see next time would be more of these sorts of things, especially the ways you did with this map. I want to see like another overworld with a little inner map too.
Yeah,
That'd
shout
be
out to
fun
Pat. Not only did she make the Alien RPG tile set we're all seeing and enjoying, she also made the little maplets.
Is it a separate on drive-thru?
We're gonna upload it to the, I think, right, the same.
I think we are gonna make it a patch for the same one. Yeah, I have my I have my maplet folder in the Makeover Marines and Monsters.
Yeah, and all these things will be uploaded on my Patreon first. By like a couple weeks.
Yeah, backing Pat's Patreon does get you access to the whole folder, like all of the sketch art, all of our pixel art tile sets, pixel art we haven't released yet, like early access for Victorian Vistas, She-Ra pack, etc. Yeah, so more over. You want to see more overworld maps and more like consequential, like moving.
Yeah, I mean, even the having to do maps on the fly was also a lot of fun too. Usually that's how IGM is. Just I make the map ahead, like as my players go along. So I don't really do prepared maps. So it's always interesting to just see someone also getting out of their element too. Because holy hell, are you good with these prepared maps?
Really good at that.
Yeah, speed mapping is like my my forte, some might say. But yeah, it's funny that people are giving me some comments on the maps because like basically all of these maps, other than the overworld one, were like made within. I'm not gonna recently. Let's put it that way. So I'm glad that they hit home and hit all their objectives. But yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, with a lot of practice, you can be quick, and it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and with Pat's tiles, got lots of options. But yeah. Is there anything else in terms of liked, didn't like, want to see more of? Or
I think I said everything. As I said, I really enjoyed the session. It was lots of fun, and thanks for having me.
Hey, great to have you. Pat, hit me with it.
Okay, all right. I absolutely love the most of this. I think that this should have been a two-parter. Absolutely. I got a really nice first part and second part that should have been both given more time. I saw a lot of my own like shadow under Riley's Rest inspiration here, with a nice like investigation of like something that's in the water and or air filtration systems put there by the corporations related to, you know, like there's some parallels. I'm not gonna say crib, but
No, to quote George Lucas, it's like poetry. It rhymes.
like poetry. I know, honestly, like I love it. I love it. I think I maybe, this can't be attributed to you entirely, but I maybe didn't play my character as smartly as I should have, or maybe I played her exactly as expected. I'm not sure. You kind of gave me like some very sparse directives without necessarily telling me that I had to stick to them. I decided to follow through with them because, you know, I always love a traitor in the party. That's like something I'm a huge fan of, so figured I'd provide that experience. I would say, though, that one thing you could control that I would throw in as a negative is that I didn't see very much support for that as a play style, I guess, when I actually tried to do it. That said, I think maybe I didn't play as smartly towards a potential decent ending, and or like, you know, obviously my character turns traitor and then I'm replaced with
So like I didn't handle it well, or like I didn't.
like, you know, I could have taken one of those colonial marshals that just got up and joined the party or something. You said.
Oh shit!
Because I could have just been
things after the fact.
yeah, I turned traitor, right? So
Oh
like,
yeah, so we could have played it more like you're actually supposed to in the books, where like after that scene you turn. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't quite get, like when you suggested that, I didn't realize that you were. I was trying to say like, oh, you're not dead, but I didn't realize you were saying like you would prefer to. My bad.
no, I mean, you know, I was just throwing it out there. You know, there wasn't. It turned out like I thought.
I mean,
you
could have taken control of any of these NPCs. Yeah, no, it would have been better, and it would have just kept. We could have kept Avery as an NPC in the background who did shady things and like maybe showed up there. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, like the xenomorph in the shuttle at the end or whatever. You know, could have been funny. But yeah, no. Like, so that's what I would say is a negative, and what I want to see more of. I love your GMing style. I love your maps. I love everything you got going on. I think I like also something that you do a lot, which is how you write out like everybody's got their own little agenda thing. So like I guess more of that and this combined into something cool and you know, even better.
Wait, so you want me to combine the bespoke agendas with what element of this?
With the, I don't know, like this had a lot of forethought into the NPCs and a lot of forethought into the world and a lot of potential and fun things to be done. So like, you know, combine here, actually, this is what it is. Combine NPC agendas with PC agendas to make like everybody has agendas, both sides, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like this one had a lot of NPC agendas that got explored.
Indeed. Now, do you guys have anything else to say, or am I good to raid?
I think you're good to raid.
Awesome. We're going to Starlight Day. Thank you all for coming out.
Thank you.
See you on the far side. Remember, we're all very nice people. Yay. So we're going to be nice when we get the Discord. Yay.